when you see, and we are also talking about seed, how does it help us in terms of preserving our culture? When you talk about seed, how does it relate to you in terms of, let's talk about food and nutritional security? Does it mean you need to have money for you to eat? Is there other living organism on this earth that pays to live? So let's just meditate along the song so that we understand the importance of seeds in our communities. Anyone who would like to share their reflections?
From the discussions yesterday, one of the key takeaways that when it comes to farmer-managed seed systems, women play a very big role. They're the custodians of seeds, and they're responsible for knowledge transfer. The Itara ceremony was very timely because we realized that once a girl gets married, she's indoctrined into the family by the mother-in-law. And I want to believe that some of these things is she's given the seeds that belong to that family, and she's given the family history, so that when it comes to saving seed, the seed is passed from one generation to another. Thank you.
Any other reflection?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Paul Mwindi. When it comes to, like, when I hear the name seed, I know that seed is life, the beginning of life. So if we have good seeds, actually from the discussion yesterday, when you have the right seeds, we have sustainability, and we need to support women, as we heard that women are the custodians. We need to empower the women. We give them the right education on seed savings, seed harvesting, and also the selections of the best seeds that we have. And when we hear about the indigenous seeds, those seeds, actually, as we heard yesterday, they are the ones that can help our community, and cause they can sustain the climate that we have. They are the best seeds that have the good nutrition, and we can actually maintain them using less knowledge, and they don't actually need a lot. Thank you.
We have one here.
Good morning. What I can remember is about the indigenous vegetables. When we eat indigenous vegetables, we eat food as our medicine, and also vegetables for good health and wealth, and also through preserving our soil, doing the organic way, we'll be able to live a healthy and wealthy life. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
from yesterday's discussion, I was able to understand and to realize that there's a very big potential in our indigenous foods in terms of medicinal uses, which has not been fully tapped. And also realizing that women are the ones who ensure that the family nutrition and family food security, they're at the forefront of family food security, and they need to be protected as a group of people that ensures that the entire world is well fed and well nutritioned.
Okay, do we have another person who would like to give their reflection?
Please raise your hand up, kabisa. Okay.
As we approach the end of our session.
Thank you. My name is Gideon. From yesterday's presentations that we had, one thing came out clearly, that we need to scale up from just talking about food security to food sovereignty. And that one will be really good when it's captured in the governmental policies, so as to ensure proper seed system and banking. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for the feedback on the reflection. And it's true that seed is very critical in terms of our survival from different fronts. I think now I'll invite Arlene just to guide us on how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we all learned something yesterday, and seed is a critical thing and aspect in our food, and food starts with the seed. So if we don't take care of our seed, then we do not have food. I would call on the MC or the DJ to put on a video regarding the women of the seed on the women, so that we can have a transition to the next phase as the next moderator is in place. The video, please. The video summarizes what we learned yesterday and how women are able to save their seeds and how they are able to take care of their seeds and to save that for their generation.
Just a moment, Lynn.
Enjoy and have a nice day.
Is it loud enough? build on the community seed saving culture and their indigenous seeds. So this morning we are going to have two presentations from two powerhouses in Kenya and indeed in Africa. Our first presenter will be Patrick Maundu. I think he is now Dr. Patrick Maundu, and he is from the National Museums of Kenya, KENRIC. He has been working on indigenous seeds for many years, and he has a lot of experience on these issues, and it would be wonderful to hear from him. So kindly, let us welcome him with a round of applause. And kindly load his presentation. Karibu. I'll ask the MC to come and assist me to remove these chairs so that his presentation is clear.
Thank you very much. Okay. As you've heard, my name is Patrick Maundu. I work for the National Museums of Kenya at a unit called the Kenya Resource Center for Indigenous Knowledge. That is the presentation I've been given, and the title I've been given. But just before I start my presentation, I should say I'm really excited about this forum, because over the years I've really been worried about our farmer seeds, because I work with communities all over, not only in Kenya, but in other countries of Africa. And over the years, I've seen our seed diversity dwindle year by year. And I've just been asking myself, who will stop this? Who will stop this? Because more and more we are getting dependent on commercial companies. Very soon we'll find ourselves with no base for production. Again, just before I begin, let me give you a very short story. I'll rush through the presentation. In 1992, when I was still young and doing research on farmer varieties, I went to the southern part of Turkana, a place known as Katilu. And what excited me in that part of Turkana was the huge variety of sorghum. There were varieties which you could chew the cane. Others were bred specifically to ward off bird pests. Others were early maturing, others late maturing. I counted 16 types. But the sad thing is, 2-3 years ago, I went there, and now they are growing commercial varieties, which is really sad. What happened to those varieties? They are all gone. And this is happening not only in Katilu, in southern Turkana, but everywhere in the country and in Africa. Let me start my presentation. Thanks. So, when we talk about food systems and resilience, we not only talk about cultivated lands, but also the lands around cultivated lands, the fields, the wild habitats, where people can collect mushrooms, can collect edible insects, and so on and so forth, fruits, vegetables. And so it's always important when we are thinking about traditional food production, let's just not focus on what is in the field. That's one mistake we often make. Can we go to the next one? The connection between biodiversity and indigenous knowledge is very clear. You lose one, and the other one goes as well, because they are interdependent. We talked about the importance of biodiversity, but there's one thing which I would like to draw your attention to, what we call crop wild relatives. Crop wild relatives. In Kenya, you know njahi. You probably know jahe. If you go to some of the forests we have in the country, you'll see jahe in the wild. That's what we call a crop wild relative. Farmers also keep these wild habitats because they also have crop wild relatives. Simsim is another one. Cowpea is another one, which still has crop wild relatives in the wild. And you can go on and on. So, the conservation of these habitats, wild habitats, is really important because they also harbor those crop wild relatives which could be important in future, especially in breeding. But those wild habitats are also sources of what we call medicinal plants in simple terms. But may I see them as not just medicinal plants, but things which also provide us with nutrients that are beyond what we call nutrients, but nutraceuticals, which are good for your immunity. Which are good for your immunity. We don't have time to go to that, but let's really go fast. So, when we talk about diversity, it's good to talk about, and resilience, it's good to talk about the different levels and to see them in different levels. We have the landscape or the ecosystem level or the village level if you want. Because a farmer cannot stand by himself or herself. He needs neighbors who have a water source somewhere. Sorry. So, a village, for example, can be considered a small ecosystem where different farmers can produce different types of foods because their farms occupy different niches. And so, we can say that is a landscape level. And then, conservation can also be considered at the species level and within species level, that what we call infraspecific variation. Like what we have maize there. Maize. You have the yellow maize, you have the white maize. So when we talk about resilience, farmers conserve at those three levels. The landscape, the species, and within the species level. Just like the Turkana case I gave. Let's continue. I'll talk a little bit about documentation because that's one of the things I've been given. But since 1992, we've been documenting what is edible in Kenya. And you can see we have documented 850 species that are edible, half of which are fruits, and about a quarter are vegetables. You can see that richness, that rich biodiversity we have in the country. Yet, if you look at, just next one. If you look at vegetables, for example, go to the next one. This is amaranth diversity. If you look at vegetables, for example, I've written 210, but we've done more work and we are at 220 vegetables. Look at vegetables. That diversity is enough to improve our dietary diversity as a nation quite significantly. We are used to just the cabbage, the spinach, what we call spinach, which should actually be the Swiss chard, and the kale. Yet we have all this diversity of 220 species. We should promote our own. Next one. Next one. And just before you go to the next one, I want to highlight flying termites. The environment also provides these edible insects known as flying termites. And those are the proteins of the future. if you compare the protein profile for that against beef, completely cultivated, but around 7% or so occupy both ecosystems, areas, habitats, wild and cultivation. Next one. Next one, please. This is the reason why we say we should promote our traditional vegetables. You compare the cabbage, the nutritional cabbage, the value of the cabbage, and that of one of our local ones, the amaranth, you can see. I'll draw your attention to some of the elements that are really limiting in our diets, often a problem in Africa. Iron, look at iron, Fe, cabbage compared to the amaranth. Look at vitamin A, really significant difference. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Deficiency. So, thanks. So now you see why we should promote these local vegetables and local foods. But now, look at the problems we are facing. Our diets are changing. Yeah, more increasingly we are depending on junk food, especially the youth. And production systems, especially traditional food production systems, they are getting disrupted. Slowly we are moving to monocropping instead of what we used to know, mixed cropping, which is rich in biodiversity and satisfy the family, the households, with all these important nutrients. And lastly, we have an attitude, as I always say. We don't respect, we don't honor, we don't value our own. Let's continue, please. So, we are losing genetic diversity. I've already said that. This is Laraka, around 15 years ago. I wonder if I go there, I'll see the same. Next one. So, we have all been saying that. Farmers are losing their varieties. Nobody, very few people are advocating for this. Yes, continue, please. So, for documentation, I would like to highlight one form of documentation which we have been promoting. You can document as a researcher, like an ethnobotanist like myself. I do a lot of documentation. But recently, we have been empowering communities to do the documentation themselves. Communities to do the documentation, especially the young people. Now that we have phones, smartphones everywhere, very nice cameras, they can record. And within a minute, they can send that information to a central place. That method which you have been developing and testing is known as the food waste methodology. Let's go to the next one. That's the one I want to highlight. Food waste program in Kenya. Let's go to the next one. So, in food waste documentation, you empower the community to do the documentation itself. You can use the camera, a conventional camera, or a smartphone, as I said. The youth take the lead because the elders have the knowledge the youth don't have. But the youth have the advantage of knowing how to operate the smartphone, and they like it so much. In food waste, we consider everything to do with food. from production up to consumption. All the culture related to food, songs, taboos, ceremonies, and so on and so forth. Beliefs, systems, taboos. Yes, let's continue. And we have tried it in 5 countries, in Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Kenya. And it has worked quite well among the groups which have listed there. Just continue. So in food waste documentation, the youth, the young person interviews a relative. It could be a parent or a guardian on a topic of their own, of interest, like mursik. Let's take an example, a good example. Mursik. How is mursik produced or made from the beginning up to the end? They can document in terms of in written form or in video form or through photography. But now if you look at mursik, those who know mursik is the Kalenjin fermented milk. There are many plants, around 3, 4, 5 plants that are used in fermentation, in the process of fermentation. And then there is animal product. And so the young person has to accompany the lady or the woman or whoever is producing this to the sources where these plants are and document how they are harvested and how they are burned and inserted in the gourd, and the entire process. It may take a few days to complete. Once that is finished in food waste documentation, that information is shared to in a central place, like a community resource center. And nowadays, storage is not a problem. You can store that information for posterity. Let's continue. We have a group we have been working with, and it's exhibiting outside here, known as Janika Elder Women's Group in Kitui, which has been promoting traditional foods since the first day I saw them back in 1994. And one of the things they successfully promoted is the diversity of the gourd. That what you can see there. There are gourds that are used for container, and there are others which are edible. And they are really, really varied, as you can see there, in size, in the shape, and also in the surface. The surface. You can see this is lumpy. The others are smooth. So this community used the power of the camera also. Just go to the next one. This is the community. Next one. You can see they are documenting, just using this. This is long time ago. They are using a tape recorder, recording their indigenous knowledge to do with the calabash. But they also use the camera, the conventional camera, to take all those varieties. Not only in Kitui, but they also moved to other counties to see the varieties obtained. The previous one. So now they are also decorating and selling. And some of the calabashes, the bowls you are taking uji with, they are from that group outside there. Next please. So finally, at the museum there's a new program spearheaded by the ministry, our parent ministry, the Ministry of Culture, Sports, national heritage, which is also building capacity for counties to do documentation work. And I thought it was good to mention it there. And they have a pilot sort of study in 13 countries, which they are implementing right now. Next one, and that's probably the final one. Finish. Let's finish documentation. So let's continue. Yeah. So finally, in promotion, the only aspect I wanted to mention about promotion is the fact that traditional vegetables in Kenya were looked down upon just a few years ago, like 20 years ago. But it is due to the efforts of many organizations that has made these traditional vegetables, especially about 10 species now available in supermarkets, has made it possible for these vegetables to be available in supermarkets. And that's really commendable. Continue. And this work started with the Uchumi supermarkets back in 1999. They are not there anymore, but we'll always remember them for being bold enough to start taking traditional vegetables into their shelves. Okay. So that summarizes what happened from 99 up to 2006. They were neglected, but by 2006 they were no more neglected, not anymore. Let's continue because of time. And this part of the promotional campaigns that were conducted by the teams that were spearheading this. And you can see that's Haile Selassie Avenue on the right side. People campaigning, walking along the streets to campaign for traditional vegetables. This is back in 2003. Next one. And we have a case. Traditional vegetables are more nutritious than many of the things we tend to want to eat. There's no doubt about it. And this nutritional table, food composition table, small one, shows it. Next one. Finally, they found their way to the market, the supermarkets. This is, I think, Uchumi, back in 2003. Next. And later, this is Tuskegee. I think a few years later. You can see the traditional vegetables on the shelves. Yes, next one. Yes. 1 minute. Okay, thanks. Yes. So, finally, we have a tool we have also been developing known as the ADDIT toolkit, which is geared towards promoting consumption of traditional foods. If you want more about it, you can read it in the internet. But it's a good tool which extension workers and also people in health can also use to see how they can empower local people to consume a lot of their own, because it incorporates the traditional food composition tables of the country within the system. And therefore, it's easy to retrieve nutritional data of many of the things we eat and convince somebody to eat what is local. Next one. So, in conclusion, let's not give up. I think this is something we need to push with all our energies. Preservation of our traditional seeds. Because without seeds, then we have no future. We have no future at all. Our farmers have no future. We'll start living like beggars. Our farmers will spend more to buy seeds. The very seeds that our forefathers left for us, and within a generation, we are disposing of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap once again for Dr. Maundu. Maybe one thing that we often reflect about and question ourselves. I think I went to somewhere and I was told, if you document indigenous knowledge, it might get misappropriated, or what we call biopiracy. Maybe when you reflect and when you come to the question and answer session, you can answer that, because some fear to document, because when you document it, then it is available. And so some communities hide that. So thank you, and would like now to call our second keynote speaker, who's Dr. David Amudavi. Dr. David Amudavi is the CEO of the BioVision Africa Trust. He has been working on these issues for many years. He has even been a lecturer at Egerton University. He has many of his students here, and is going to share with us on positioning African continent on farmer-managed systems and organic agriculture. Karibu, Dr. Amudavi. They are also, let's clap for him. BioVision Africa Trust also hosts the Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative desk at the Africa Union. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Good morning, everyone. I know we are coming to the tail end of our very important week. And as such, some people are outside trying to catch up on what they have missed. Before I make my presentation, I just want to reflect for a second on some important message that struck me this morning as I was driving to this meeting. Not very far from here, but just down at the corner as you go towards Forest Road, at the Heinrich Ball Foundation, on the wall. And it's the first time I've read that message. I've driven around there for many years, but I had never read what I saw today. And it struck me in the context of what I'm going to present. There is a picture of the late Professor Wangari Maathai, and there is a quote on the wall. Read it, and it says, if I might lose something, just know I'm trying to remember what I read because I was driving. The generation that destroys the environment today is not the generation that pays the price. That is the problem. It is on the wall. I read it as driving. The generation that destroys the environment today is not the generation that pays the price. That is the problem. For me, I see that very relevant to what I want to talk about today. And I would as well use some of the late professor's very, very enriching words of wisdom. The generation that destroys the farmer's seed today is not the generation that pays the price. And that is the problem. But we have to fix it. We have to address it. And I'm glad today I'm going to make a presentation about how, at the continental level, our own governance body, the African Union, is addressing this issue of the farmer's seed. And then also talk briefly about organic agriculture, which is very much related to what we have seen today, even from the exhibitions that have been held. Organic agriculture or ecological agriculture is very much linked to the seed that we are promoting today. So very briefly, next, just to talk about ourselves, I won't really say much. BioVision Africa Trust is a non-governmental organization. We are based within the campus of ICIPE, International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology, really addressing on how we can get information and build the capability or capacity of farmers to put into use knowledge that can help them produce food that is nutritious, that is diverse, and healthy for all of us. And that is what we do with various partners, promoting programs around the continent, in this region, and in this country as well. Next, please. And to do this, we do with very few staff, but we really pride in partnerships. Next. The photo might not be very clear, but that is the team that Vision Africa Trust works with various partners in this country, in Eastern Africa, and also other parts of Africa, and especially West Africa. Next. Our organization has the privilege of hosting the Secretariat to one of the most important emerging initiatives that are very core to what our farmers do. We support an initiative that is supporting organic agriculture, ecological agriculture in general, and more so, the kind of agriculture that we feel is what we should be investing in our resources. We call it ecological, organic agriculture. Some of you know about it, some of you are not getting to know about it, but exactly promoting the kind of work that people like Dr. Maundu are doing and others as well. So we have a secretariat, and which we host on behalf of the African Union, and we have assigned MOU with the African Union Commission to host this secretariat and support programs around this continent that can help us address some of the issues we are addressing today. Next, please. Now, looking at the issue of farmer seed, I just want to use this slide from an expert in seeds, and I'm glad some of the experts are in this room, to show you that farmer seed system does not operate in isolation. In fact, it is very fundamental to the seed sector, not only in this country, not only in this Eastern African region, but also in the whole of our continent. Now, beginning right from the right, you can see the formal sector, which is the key sector where people put in a lot of money in terms of research and in terms of trade. It is very highly regulated. From there, it begins with resources, genetic resources, where people like scientist Dr. Nyamongo hold privilege to some of those resources, which are used to develop new varieties. Some of these new varieties continue to be released and to be registered. Some of them also get placed into the informal sector, where the farmer seed system is best. But also, the farmer seed system is very key, as well to the genetic resources that the bigger sector is utilizing and therefore benefiting from what the farmers have. From the new varieties released and registered, we end up also having the early generation seeds, which are very critical. When they are produced, they can be certified. Some of them get back into the informal seed sector, used by farmers for further improvement, and some of them, of course, are certified seeds, conditioned and stored. And on average, it is shown that just about 20% of the seed that we use in the overall seed sector is the certified seed. But most of the seed, the majority of the seed, about 80%, is from the seed sector. Some of it from very indigenous traditional seed systems, some of it from indigenous seed systems and partly unregulated by merchants and so on. And all that go into the overall seed sector that is distributed and used by our farmers. So the farmers who are in this room, you really have an important role that you play to our food through the seed sector that you promote. And I'm glad to see what we have just seen here in the exhibition. Very rich diversity of seeds. And I'll show you a photo later of one of the farmers that I was very impressed with, even showing how she has done her own research. She's called Evelyn, just somewhere if you go walk down there. Looking at two varieties, and she has done her own research, and she's showing now the result of two types of land races. So farmers, in their own right, they are very key to the sector. There are three important people in the seed sector at that level: the researcher, the scientist, and the farmer. And today, we are saying it is that voice of the farmer that contributes 80% that is less understood, less supported, and less promoted. And we say this is what we'd like to see change. In order for us to have very inclusive, very sustainable seed systems that can assure not only food security for this country, for this continent, but also in ways that we can nurture the beauty of our food. Just the other day during the pre-media engagement before today, Dr. Maundu really talked of how food is about culture, what we value in our food, the taste, the smell, and when you eat, the feel, how you feel, and how this affects even your own health. And if you look at those things that make you eat food and you feel it is really part of your health, then you ask yourself, why do we then give lip service to such important sources of our food, and by extension, the foundation of our seed sector? So I put this so that you see the farmer seed system is very much in the center. It's part of the informal seed sector and regulated, but it is time for it to be given recognition and support. Next, please. I won't go into details. What I've said is part of what is in this text. But basically, for many years, our lives, which are dependent on agriculture, have been in the hands of the farmers. The peasant farmers who cultivate, who store that seed, who share with the others for continuity and for prosperity. And this has been happening, and as I mentioned, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, statistics show almost 80% to 90% of the seed that is used in the seed sector is by the farmers. So farmers are very important people in our agriculture. Wakulima, those who are in this room, and those who are outside, showing to us what this really means. And as such, there have been various stakeholders, not only in this country, but also in the whole of this continent, and even globally. People are saying, where is the place of the farmers in the development of the seed sector? Where are the voices of the farmers in the development of policies, in the development of programs that can support the farmers' seed? And on the basis of this, the African Union Commission has not kept quiet. It has said, yes, it is time because we do recognize this. And there is an important body on this continent, which is part of our own African policy program, the biggest policy for agriculture. That is the Comprehensive African Development Program. This program recognizes the importance of seed, and it recognizes the importance of technology. And the body is now the African Seed and Biotechnology Program, which the African Union has said, let us also consider the farmer seed to be part of this program. Because as currently set up, the program is about the formal seed sector, but very little focus on the farmer's seed. And as such, we have been challenged. Then how do we ensure that the farmer's seed gets place within the African Seed and Biotechnology Program, and also the bigger platform that brings together all the key stakeholders, that farmers' seed system becomes part of this. Next, please. Next slide. Now, on the basis of this, the question then has been, how do we recognize and strengthen the farmer's seed? And before answering how we do it, the question is then, why do we need to do it? And I give about 4 reasons which have convinced the big players, especially those around governance, to say, let us also consider the farmer's seed system. Farmers, in their own rights, as key players in this sector, have to be recognized. And that is a very paramount reason why we should make sure that those actors, those people that support what we eat in the whole food systems, are part of the efforts that go into promoting our overall seed sector. As well, the farmer seed systems contribute a lot to what we are saying today are areas that we need to intervene more to address some of the challenges we are facing today. Challenges of climate change, it is a reality. Challenges of land degradation, it is a reality. Challenges of continued decline in food security, it's a reality. And some of the areas where we can go back for refuge is in the area of understanding how our whole systems operate. So the issue of agroecology, for some of you have heard about that concept, is about how we create better balance in our animal, plant, and environment, and looking at the methods that we use to do our agriculture, being more friendly to the environment, being more friendly to the resources that we use. And the farmer seed system contributes significantly to this. And that also leads to point number 3, which is very much related to what I've just said, the issue of agrobiodiversity. That soil, when you hold it, which is the foundation of life, it has microorganisms in it. It has some plants decaying to add more matter to the soil. The trick is, how do we have more of that in the soil, more of the microorganisms in the soil, to ensure that our soils are healthy, supporting plant growth and also supporting animals, as well as supporting our human health. Now, the seed systems that our farmers operate are very important to the issue of agrobiodiversity, very important to helping build our resilience. What that means is, if something serious happens to our farming system, we still have something to eat. Even when there is a drought that has hit hard, some farmers will say, we were still able to have something to eat. Why? Because the systems we are having have something in them that can make us to be more resilient to the changes that are happening around us. And don't forget, the first day when we had Professor Kigungu talk of bees and pollination, they are part of ecosystem services. And our seed systems are very important to preserving our ecosystem services, which sometimes people don't see. But they are absolutely important if we have knowledge and understanding about them. Next slide, please. So for us, we say, in order to give a more focus and more support to the farmer seed system, then we ought to have a vision. We ought to have maono. We need to know where are we going. And our vision, therefore, is to see seed sovereignty for sustainable food systems and livelihoods, or better livelihoods in Africa. That's what we want to see as our vision. And to do this, we therefore have to develop and promote guidelines that can support the development of the farmers' managed seed systems. And I'm very glad to say this recognition then requires, because the moment you say you want a system to be recognized and to be supported, friends, we have to accept it must be part of a structure, it must be part of some rules, it must be part of some regulations. And that's how the recognition can come in, and that's how the support can come in. And to do this, the African Union Commission had earlier commissioned a consultancy to look into how do we harmonize various procedures, various regulations, various practices in the seed sector. And that consultancy led to recommendations on the things that have to be considered when you are looking at the matters of seed. And it is on this basis that stakeholders who are promoting, or representatives of them, have looked at what does it mean to have the farmer seed system to be aligned to some extent and in a language of the farmers themselves on this harmonized framework. Next slide, please. Now, that framework will help us address also some of the challenges that have been facing the development of the seed, the farmer seed system. I won't go into this. The challenges are a lot. As we know, one of the biggest challenges is this divide and fight between the formal sector and the informal sector. And I think it is very clear who are behind the formal sector and who didn't really want to see the informal sector survive. But we are talking of being inclusive and developing comprehensive food systems. If we have really to fight the issue of food insecurity and enhance food nutrition and link this to better health and better livelihoods, we have to see how these work together. Life is not just unidirectional. Life is complex. And for me and other people, that's why we believe looking at the formal seed sector and the informal seed sector and seeing how the two could leverage and we unleash the potential in both of them, that is how we can actually ensure that even for us in this country, Kenya, the issue of food security, we can really address it. And while ensuring that we are part and we keep part of our heritage of our seed bedrock. The issue of insufficient quality seed, whether certified or not certified, and that means in both cases, whether formal or informal, it is a reality. Farmers are just exhibiting some of the best land races of seed, but the quantities may not be there. If others want some of that, it is not there. And this morning I was very encouraged to hear some of them say, we have exchanged some of our seeds, they are from Meru. We are going to plant in Meru, and we have taken some seed from our farmer colleagues from Western Kenya. Look at that beauty of the sharing. But also we need the opportunity for them to be able to sell seed if they can also produce it in large quantity. The question of how to involve women, and if you look at outside there, the proportion of women to men who are exhibiting today, who are more? Women. Thank you. And that's a reality. We didn't decide how they should come. The call was made, invitations were made, and they have come. But the majority of the people who are showing us the beauty of our fabric of our seed sector from the farmers, it is the women. So we need to see how do we work with and support the women in this sector. And more so, also to enable them work within this framework. Because somehow, one of the biggest challenges in the seed sector, it is inconsistencies in the regulations, in the acts, and these are some of the things that have to be addressed at different levels, at our country level, at our region level, even for Eastern Africa, and as well as even continental level as well. And one challenge again, which we have today, is lack of enough data and information. And that's why some people tend to rule out and say, forget it. The farmer seed systems can't work. It's because we don't have enough data on this, yet there is so much that is happening. And there is so much we can do to develop this. And of course, lack of resources to support the farmer seed system. Next slide, please. I won't go into details, but I want to say in the process of therefore ensuring that we have space to recognize the farmer managed seed system, various actions have taken place, some of them reviewing some of the acts, international treaties that look at how the farmer systems are viewed in different countries. And all this work has informed how we can align the farmer managed seed systems on the framework that the African Union has come up with. It is not to say, and I need to make a correction here, because some of our partners sometimes say, we don't need to align the farmer systems on this framework by AU. No, the framework is there, but the question is, what does that mean to you for those who are supporting the farmer managed seed systems? And that is the position. We've been able to look at the 8 areas I'll show you very shortly, and to say, for each one of those areas of harmonization, what does it mean for the farmer managed seed system? That is the language we have to use. If you don't, then you'll be working in isolation, and yet you want to have space on the same table of influence and say, yes, this is the framework, but what it means to our system is this. And you negotiate so that you are also given that recognition. So we've had consultations, we've had validation meetings, and I'm glad to say today, one of the things that has happened so far is that roadmap on how the farmer managed seed system can be developed has been approved by the African Union. And it is now up to the member states, the countries, to look at how to adapt this roadmap and how to integrate these also into our own seed laws and frameworks. And for Kenya, I really appreciate the efforts that are already happening. So with this, a few indicators have been developed on the farmer managed systems to be part of the seed index for the whole continent. And this is quite a big achievement for us to have the farmers' seed systems recognized at that level. In this country, you have heard from Dr. Nyamongo, from David Ambalo the other day, and others. They are reviewing our national seed policy, looking at the framework, looking at the strategy and the investment plans. And we are pleased to see that the question of how to get the farmer-managed seed systems to be part of this has been positively accepted. And we are part of the team, and we are looking on this, how this can work, and that is quite encouraging on that level. Next, please. So I may not go into details, but these are the 8 areas around which the African Union, through this consultancy, identified the areas for harmonization of the various seed systems. And as I've said, for us, we've looked at this into detail and on each, understanding how the FMSS can fit and not fit. We say where it can't fit and what it means, and that has actually worked out quite well. The question of seed certification and quality assurance is absolutely key. The question of variety evaluation, release, and registration is very important. And the issue of how to manage or deal with intellectual property rights is also very key. Seed packaging and labeling, issues of biosafety and phytosanitary measures, the production itself, seed production, and then marketing the seed and the institutional arrangements that support the seed overall. These are the 8 key areas that are used for harmonizing the whole of the seed sector, to make it inclusive, to make it robust, and to make it dynamic. Next. So I just want to show you now some of the activities we have proposed to be undertaken in order to have the farmer seed systems aligned. And I won't go into the details. If anyone wants some details, I'll be very happy to do that once we finish. So the first one is the seed certification and quality assurance. The objective is to ensure that indigenous and organically certified seeds within the farmer-managed seed systems are recognized and promoted. And we have a set of activities that we have proposed on how to achieve that objective. Next slide, please. On the establishment of variety evaluation, release, and registration, our objective here is to see how to create and maintain genetic diversity within the farmer-managed seed systems. And again, we have proposed activities that can be handled under here. And I won't go into details, as you can see that. Next, please. On protection of intellectual property rights, here our objective is to recognize and protect farmers' managed systems, genetic resources, and the indigenous knowledge and innovation systems like what we've just been seeing around here. How do we achieve that? We have also identified what member states can do within their own seed systems. Next, please. So the same for number 4. I see the moderator is saying time is up. I'm almost done. Next, please. The same we have also done for biosafety and phytosanitary measures. Next, please. On developing seed marketing, we have also proposed how those farmers can be supported to ensure that their seeds are also marketed with quality to the level that can be accepted at the market level. Next, please. And then identification and establishing an enabling environment. Institutions, what institutions can actually support this? We have proposed very concrete actions that can be taken to achieve this. Next, please. Now, these are the organizations right from the African Union that have been supportive of this and up to the development partners. And I'm glad also in this room, if Madam Dr. Sarah Lembo is in, I'm not sure, there's a technical working group. Yeah, she's around. There's a technical working group that has been working on this cluster roadmap for farmers seed systems to be part of our comprehensive African development program and to be adapted at country level. Ladies and gentlemen, we know very well all the 55 member states are challenged to improve the performance of the agricultural sector because most of the African countries' economies are dependent on this. And that's why they say, let us invest about 10% of our national budgets in agriculture. And we are saying, within that, we want to see how do we ensure that the farmers' seeds are part of the efforts to improve our agriculture in more sustainable ways. And I'm glad as well the African Seed and Biotechnology Working Group has taken this on board and it is being integrated into the overall program of the African Seed of African Seed and Biotechnology program. Our own initiatives that are supported by our different partners, the Swiss government, the German government, and others have supported this process as well. Next. Because of interest of time, I was to give you some statistics of organic agriculture, but I will still do that. Next slide, please. And just to say, in Africa, only about 2 million hectares of land are actually under certified organic agriculture. Just 2 million. And that's about 0.2%. It's not quite a lot. And with about 800, and actually right now it's around 850 farmers who can be considered as organic. Not very many countries are into this, and yet organic agriculture is one of those very key areas. Next, please. We have principles that guide us and which are very key to what we have seen today with our farmer seed systems as defined by iFarm Organics International, the principle of health, the principle of ecology, the principle of fairness, and the principle of care. Very key as well to our own farmer-managed seed systems. Next, please. Next slide. If you look at the countries in Africa, the top 10 countries that have the highest share of organic products and land in that case, it is actually Sao Tome and Prince. This is a very small country to the west of our African continent, yeah? West down as you come to the south, with almost a fifth. But the rest of the countries, and as you can see in East Africa, it is mainly Uganda with about 0.8%. Next slide, please. Now, this is the growth that is showing how organic agriculture is performing in this continent. By 2020, according to iFarm, Organics International, and FIBO, which is an international research on organic, only about 2 million hectares of land is so far under organic. Next slide, please. I'm almost there, just a few slides. Most of the crops in organic tend to be perennial crops. As you can see, nuts, olives, coffee, cocoa, almost 66%, and the rest are annual crops. Next, please. The potential. This is the farm I was talking about. I'm done, and you go and talk to Evelyn. You'll be impressed in the work that she's doing. And other farmers also, with what we have, you'll really be impressed. The last slide. Okay. I had a slide on the opportunities that we have. So ladies and gentlemen, and our farmers, I want to say we are very delighted to see that the issue of the farmer seed is taking another level. And it requires all our efforts at different levels and in a much more coordinated manner. This is how we can actually win to get the farmers to the table. To get recognition, we get resources to support the farmer seed systems. In terms of supporting the research, in terms of supporting the seed production, in terms of supporting the seed distribution. And in this way, the farmers can also be able not only to share, exchange, but go to the level of selling and doing trade in their own seed. Thank you very much. I'll be very happy to take some questions when the panel session comes up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Daktari. I was suggesting that we have a huge panel for the discussions, and I'd like to open up for 3 or 4 questions to Mr. Maundu and Dr. Mudavi before we go into the panel discussions. Any questions? Or comments? Yes, we have a hand that has gone up here and at the back. There are 2 hands there. As they ask their questions, I would, okay, you can ask your question first.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the good presentation we've had from Dr. Mudavi. I think I'm very happy to hear, one, that the farmers' informal seed system has been recognized by the FAO, the African Union, and that in Kenya, if I got you right, it is now being incorporated in our laws so that it's recognized. I think we, as people who work with farmers and are also farmers, we need to participate in this process and I think it would be good to share that information, where that particular process has reached, and how farmers are being engaged, the aspect of public participation, because this is something that affects the farmers, and therefore their opinion should be considered. So I'm very happy, and I would really appreciate if we could learn more about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was the lady behind there. Please introduce yourself.
I think I have it. Hi, my name is Eva Wahome, and I'm basically a farmer, a very recent farmer stepping out, and I have struggled to find a lot of information on just getting started organically, holistically, and anyway, I'm making my way, and I'm very glad to have this opportunity to come into the fair and hear from what a lot of people are doing and see what they're doing. Now, my question is for Dr. Mudavi, who was on the stage just now, and in playing a devil's advocate, I want to know why it's important for farmer-managed seed systems, which you acknowledge are what have sustained us over decades and centuries, and much before that. Why is it important to bring them into a regulatory or legal framework now, especially because a lot of those legal frameworks and regulatory frameworks are developed from a Western perspective, where even recognizing indigenous knowledge relies very much on a Western paradigm, because intellectual property is recognized at the moment of fixation. For example, when we talk about heritage in Africa that is beyond seed, our heritage was largely oral tradition, and so we have struggled with intellectual property from that dimension. But now coming to seed, why is it important for us to bring it into this legal and regulatory frameworks and call that a way of preserving or protecting or enabling, when we know that actually the big agro-tech companies are whose seed we are competing with, or whose thrust into Africa, into Kenya, into the agro space. And these are people who command a lot of resources, attention, media, in the work. So why is it important for us to play within a legal and regulatory framework that may in many ways result in us exposing our seed to further manipulation, genetic manipulation, maybe through hybridization with other seed, and then that ends up being owned and patented, and we have to pay for that again. I don't understand why that is a critical thing.
Thank you, Eva. Any other question?
Yes, here.
Yes.
My name is Valentine, and like my dear friend here also, I'm a budding farmer, just started out. And my question is for Dr. Maundu. You talked about the documentation of the indigenous seeds that are available in the country at the moment. And my question is, what kind of apps are there that are available that, as just like her, I've struggled to get this sort of information, and I've ended up getting some apps that are very helpful but are not based on the Kenyan market, and I'm not able to get a lot of information on indigenous plants. Where can we get these apps? Can we get them on Google Play Store? Can we just download them on the phone? You talked about the Addit Toolkit. Is it available to anyone who does not know that they can come to the National Museums of Kenya and just get that information right at their fingertips?
Thank you. There is Hosea here. MC, Hosea is here.
Thank you very much for the two presenters. Mine is just a concern which I'm bringing forward from yesterday up to today's conversation around pastoralists. The conversation today has been on a farmer-managed seed system, and it zeroed around seeds, which are crops, and I was struggling to find the narrative around pastoralists and their livestock. And also the second question is around, we've observed that there's an increased trend of pastoralists shifting to agricultural production. and you'll find they were not traditionally crop farmers. And the question around seed, how do you bring this conversation to this new emerging trend so that they can be able to preserve the indigenous seeds and adapt the indigenous seeds? Because the trend now is like the government would push the formal system, and most programs in the arid and semi-arid region, you'll find when you look at the conversation going on is we need certified seeds, which are mainly from the formal sector. And when you look at statistics, Kenyan drylands is around 80% of our land, meaning if we manage to lose the farmer-managed seed system in the arid and semi-arid region, we might lose the entire conversation. So it will be interesting to see how that conversation of FMSS can be brought out in the arid and semi-arid Kenya.
Thank you, Hosea. I'll ask Dr. Maundu to come and respond first as Dr. Mudavi takes some water, and then I will move to the next.
Thanks for those questions. I think I'll start by addressing yours. We are not at a point where the diversity of seeds documented by the National Museums of Kenya is in form of an app. But the ADDIT is an app. It's available in the Google Store. You can look it up and try it. In case you need, it needs a password, but because we are at a stage where we are testing it, it needs a password. You can always give us a call, and if you cannot access it, I can send you a password. But now, for seeds varieties that the National Museums of Kenya is documenting within the foodways program. It's not our intention to put this in any form of an app, but this information is resident in the communities where we have conducted such surveys. We have done it in Isuha, among the Isuha and East Port. These seeds are there, so it's not really our goal to put this in form of an app. But now, for the species, food species in Kenya, we hold a database with 850 species of edible food plants in the country. It's available. And again, it's not in any form of an app. In future, perhaps, we can go that way. Thanks. The other question was? Yeah. If you document, you expose. My take on this has been, it's a two-edged sword. But the better evil is to document. Why? I'm going to explain. In 2016, we saw the enactment of the Indigenous Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act. And that came as a result of, or following, the Nagoya Protocol. And that act gives us a very good opportunity as a country to benefit from our own resources. And there are procedures now set or in place of documenting And whoever needs that knowledge to develop, for example, a product, commercial product, there are procedures. You have to sign what we call a PIC, or prior informed consent. And then there are other things down the line. In case you do your documentation, that documentation has to be done within the framework of the community, a community structure. Community structure, because that knowledge belongs to a community. So that down the line, if that information turns out to be useful in commercial sense, it's the community to come later and claim. Then you have to sign what we call, there's then access and benefit sharing. Once any organization has interest in this, it has to come to this community. And as I said, a structure is important. And negotiate how the benefits are going to be shared. So these structures now are taking form. Initially, before, we just used to do it haphazardly. But now you just can't go to the communities, access their knowledge, their genetic resources, just run away with it. It's not the case anymore. These structures are now in place. Thank you. And I mentioned one program now which is housed within the National Museums of Kenya by one of the units, one of the units within the museum, which is empowering or capacity building these sort of things within the counties. And very soon we'll see now, that will be the trend for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions that have been raised. I would want to respond very briefly, quickly to the last one. Yes, the issue of pastoralists, and I fully concur with you. In fact, when you look at the issue of farmer seed systems, it's not just about the seed crop alone, but also livestock. But I want to concur with you totally. How do we also ensure that the livestock component under FMSS is taken into account? How can our pastoralists become part of this? You are absolutely right. Just about 24% of this country is arable, and you allude to that, with 80% being not arable. And people are there living. How can the farmer managed seed system be supported to also bring our communities in these areas onto the table? Very important, and this is actually the issue that can be picked up in the policy as is being reviewed. Policies are guidelines. The details and the meat will have to come in. And when you raise issues like this, we have to really ensure that they are taken into account. I want to respond to the issue of the FMSS being regulated, Western paradigm, and so on. Very, very important words. But let me tell you this from my perspective and many others. You cannot claim and want our governments to support, to recognize any aspect of endeavor without some structure. You can't. You must have some structure in which to operate. You must have some space that is recognized in which to articulate your agenda. So sorry to say that by recognizing the farmer managed system in this manner, we are being, alien to the paradigm of the West. I disagree, and probably this might not be the forum to look at this. Because if we say we want the farmers to be supported, we want our governments to support the farmers, how do you want the government to support unless you have a structure, unless you have a format in which this can take place? The government cannot support you from the road sides. The government cannot support you from a bush somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we just have to accept that we ought to have a frame, we ought to have a structure in which we can articulate how we want also to be supported. And for me, by what I presented and by many brains, there are people who are concerned about the farmer seed systems. And if you look at that question of the recognition, in what form should it take? The support, in what form should it take? I'm sorry to say, we ought to have a structure. We ought to have a format in which then we should articulate how we want to be supported. And that's why I said, if you read the proposed activities in each of the 8, if you will, thematic areas of the harmonized seed sector, it's not about so much of the Western framework. And that's why I said, for each one of those, we have looked at what does it mean for the farmer managed seed. So I invite you, maybe if you ever ask that question, I can share, the presentation is right there. Look at it, let us engage further, because we want this to be a healthy contribution. And I want to request Dr. Nyamongo to come and say how the National Seed Review process, which actually the first one was last week, I have seen communication, another one is coming up at the end of this month, to show how the government is bringing this. And I do want to agree with you fully, Collins, public participation is important, but for public participation to come on board, a small team usually starts from somewhere, and this will certainly happen. Thank you very much. Dr. Nyamongo can fill in a bit on this, because he's also from the government. I'm not from the government, so that at least you can trust him to say what is being done and how it's being done.
Okay,
So thank
we
you
are
very
really
much.
strained on time. Dr. Nyamongo, please.
Mjambo, wenye hawatutakii mazuri sio serikali. They are our competitors. We need to view serikali as our partner who will facilitate this process. Like what Dr. has just said, you require that structure. It will take its own form, not necessarily the current certification as we know it. There will be structures that respond directly to the kind of FMSS that we envision. So actually that structure already exists. We know how we go about selecting, identifying the seed for the next season. So it is you people who will be telling us what kind of regulations to take up, so that when farmer A, when Nyamongo produces his seed, that seed is safe in terms of spread of diseases. That seed will actually give you the value for which it is, not necessarily following the certified seed system. There's going to be a structure. Now, how is the government taking up the efforts to ensure that the FMSS is mainstreamed? This started a few years back from 2010, when there was that article 11.3b, recognizing farmers' rights. In the previous constitution, we didn't have that. That's where the wheel started rolling to mainstream what is currently commonly referred to as the informal citizen. It's because of that non-recognition. That's how it got its way into the 2010 Kenya Constitution. Now, after that article, attempts were made to amend the Seed Act, the Seed and the Plant Varieties Act, to respond to what the requirements of the Article 11.3b. And this where my institution, which I had, the Genetic Resources Research Institute, that houses the Seed Center, was established by law. And this is the one that has now been empowered to ensure that indigenous seed and farmers' rights to that indigenous seed are observed. Fast forward, there's currently a review of the seed policy. The seed policy that we are reviewing does recognize the existence of the informal seed sector, which is largely now what we call FMSS. But it didn't go further than that. Just by, it only recognized that, okay, they exist, but to subsequently identifying challenges and what are the intervention measures that it didn't happen. What we are doing at the moment is that then we have recognized the farmer seed system is there. What are the challenges? What will be the interventions? So we are moving with it as we go through identifying the current challenges for the farmer seed sector. The approach now is also to equally identify what are those challenges and identify the policy interventions, which then will distill down to when legislations and amendments going to be done to address those challenges, to effect those interventions, then it will have been taken on board. So the legislation. Apart from the seed policy, there's also the draft regulations that are supposed to effect the amendments, especially the 2016 amendment of the Seed and Plant Varieties Act. We did develop regulations, but they have not been legislated. So there's a process that has again also started parallel with the review of the city policy to get those regulations legislated, so that now Article 9 on farmers' rights on the international treaty on plant genetic resources, those ones who were here on, was it Tuesday or Monday? It was Tuesday. Yeah, when I made my presentation, to completely now domesticate those requirements, and the requirements of the farmers' rights is about the indigenous seed. I hope I've responded. The only other comments I was going to make, Dr. Maundu, remember, I think there's a mistake we have done in the past. Imagine all the herbarium collection is that we have has also the equivalent conservation of that genetic resource. If that was done in parallel, we could be wonderful today, because those plants that those species that we think have disappeared could be somewhere today. So the current documentation, as we discuss it, let's inculcate also the conservation of those genetic resources, so that we don't just document the indigenous knowledge and then the resources are not documented. Now, a very last one, and it's something that Dr. Maundi again said during his presentation, which I thought did not quite sink the way I wanted to sink. He talked about indigenous foods being nutrient heavy. We keep on running for supplements. You have seen rocks being sold in the market for our beautiful ladies to chew. Those rocks because of inadequate iron in the system, or calcium. That's what we are looking for in those supplements. And yet the amaranthus that you talked about, the murenda, already have those things. So let us go back and eat them. Kizi mwenzangu jana alisema mambo ingine mazuri hapa. When he mentioned about zinc and the other things, those things are very rich in our indigenous foods. Please let us embrace that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for Dr. Nyamongo. I will now call on the panel that is going to take us through the next session. We have Ruth Njeri, who's a farmer from Raw Biointensive Agriculture Center of Kenya, Mr. Kitasi Wanga from ActionAid, Mr. Collins Othieno from CREP, and Ms. Veronica Ndeto. I'm not sure if she's here or she has sent a representative from Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Smart Department, and Dr. Agrenyende, Professor Agrenyende. I'm not sure if he's also here. Please, let's come up. If there's a representative, they can come. We are really strained on time, so we'll keep this to a maximum of 30 minutes so that we go to the next session. Can we have lights on stage so that my panelists can be seen? Karibuni sana. We're going to begin with Ruth. I want you to introduce yourself and tell us what you do, where you come from, and what you grow. Feel free to speak English or Swahili. You can pick a mic from there. Let's have another mic, MC, another extra mic.
Mi naitwa Ruth Njeri Ng'ang'a, nimetoka Kiambu County, Thika East. Mimi ni mkulima chini ya GBIAC ambao ni shirika ambao lilinifunza jinsi ya kupanda vyakula vyetu, na ni shirika ambalo lilitufundisha mambo mengi juu ya kutengeneza mchanga, juu ya kupanda mbegu zetu na umuhimu wa chakula chetu, na ninapigania sana chakula chetu cha kienyeji, sababu hapo mwanzo tulikuwa hatujui, information ilikuwa hatufundishwi, tunajua tu kupanda ni kupanda, lakini kulingana na vile nilikuwa na nikiona shosho yangu chakula chake kile alikuwa akipanda, na baadaye hiyo information ikapotea, shirika hilo ndio lilikuja tena likanirudisha tena kuweza kujua umuhimu wa chakula chetu cha kienyeji. Kwa hivyo mimi ni mkulima ambaye anapigania mbegu zetu, napigania culture yetu, na niko na hiyo passion. Na zaidi ya yote pia, kwa sababu ya sheria zile ambazo zimewekwa, nimeendeleza kidogo kuweza kujua ni sheria gani ambazo zinakinzana na ukulima huu, kwa sababu kunazo ambazo zimetajwa na ndugu wengi, ambazo kuna sheria ya hizo mbegu zilitokea, tukaja tukaona ya kwamba tunafungwa mikono, hatuwezi kuendeleza mbegu zetu. Kwa hivyo tulipigania hizi, na ni kwa bahati tu tulipata nafasi ambapo tulisikia kuna public participation ambayo baadaye haikuendelea, kwa sababu tulikuja kujua tumechelewa, lakini tulipigania na tukaweza kupeleka haja zetu na hoja zetu mpaka tukafika kwa Senate. Kwa hivyo wakulima, ningetaka kuwatia nguvu, tuko na sauti, tusifinyiliwe. Chakula chetu cha kienyeji ni kizuri, kina uponyaji, kinapendeza. Mtu asikwambie chakula cha kienyeji ni kibaya, kwa sababu one thing, ulikulia katika culture yako hiyo, pigania, mtu asikunyang'anye. Na zaidi ya yote, vile tunasikia ya kwamba mbegu zetu hata zingine pia zilichukuliwa bila farmers kujua. Mbegu zetu hatujui ni sheria gani zinatumika, na hatujui ni nani anapanga, hatujui vile zinalindwa. Kwa hivyo hii yote ni information ambao wakulima wanafaa kutafuta. Unaweza kusoma hata katika katiba, tumepatiwa mamlaka ya kuweza kutaka kujua ni kitu gani unakula, ni kitu gani ambacho kinakufaa, ni kitu gani ambacho kinakuharibu afya yako.
Asante. Tutaendelea. Bwana Kitasi, tutaendelea na lugha hiyo, na jua unawezana na Kiswahili vizuri. Ungependa kujua unaitwaje, unatoka wapi, na ni kazi gani mnafanya kule ambapo unafanya kazi?
Asante sana. Nafikiri nitaenda kwa Kimombo kwa sababu haya maswala yanahitaji Mswahili kama dadangu hapa. My name is Kitasi Wanga. I work with ActionAid International Kenya. In ActionAid, we are a federation of around 47 programs, 49 actually, country programs. And what we do mostly is we are challenging poverty. If we'll end it, but we think we can as well elevate it. In Kenya, every country program has got its own goals. And in Kenya, we are pursuing a context where we can have our girls and women rights upheld, we are looking at advancing governance and accountability, and of course then pursuing resilient livelihoods and ending emergencies. And that's where I sit. I lead that work in Action Aid Kenya. I'm very happy to be here because I'm a member of this network and working group. And of course, what is being discussed here is dear to my heart. That's why I feel home, and I think we should, all of us, feel at home and pursue this in a strong and bold way. Let's take those bold stands, those bold positions, and move, because if we don't, then we are going to be held accountable in future. I like what Amudavi said. What is happening now is not for our generation, and we're not going to be held accountable for that, but some generation will pay the price from us. So thank you very much, Anne, and I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Kitasi. We'll have a brief about Mr. Othieno and where he comes from and what he does.
Asante sana Anne. Kwa majina naitwa Collins Ochieng Othieno. Nafanya na shirika ambayo inaitwa CREP program. CREP inasimamia Community Rehabilitation and Environmental Protection Program. We are based in Western Kenya, na huko tunafanya na wakulima wadogo wadogo ambayo wanakuza chakula, na tunawafundisha jinsi ambavyo wanaweza kukuza chakula ambayo inaweza kuwasaidia sio kupata tu chakula, bali kupata ile nutrition ambayo itawasaidia kama jamii wakuwe wakiwa na afya. So mimi pia ni mwenyekiti wa Pelam Kenya, na niko na furaha sana kuwa hapa siku ya leo.
Asanteni sana, karibu. Maybe tuanze na Madam Ruth. Leo tumekuwa tukidiscuss the issue of resilience and climate change. Wewe kama mkulima ambaye umekuwa ukifanya ukulima kwa miaka kadhaa na unaona kuna mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, unaweza aje kukuza vyakula vyako? What are your experiences ama challenges umepitia, na unakopa aje ukiangalia kama mkulima mdogo ambaye anakuza na kuna hizi challenges tunapata?
Kwa hizo challenges ambazo ziko, tunaona ya kwamba siku hizi hatuwezi kujua kama mwanzoni tulikuwa tukijua mvua ile ambayo inanyesha kuanzia mwezi wa 4. Tulikuwa tuna uhakika ya kwamba mvua hiyo itaanza kunyesha mwezi gani na itamalizikia mwezi gani.
Naomba uilete karibu na mdomo.
Lakini siku hizi hata hauwezi kujua wakati mvua ni gani ambayo inanyesha sana na ni mvua gani itanyesha kidogo. Wakati mbeleni tulikuwa tukijua ya kwamba tukianza kupanda chakula chetu tunapanda mapema tukijua ya kwamba mvua mwezi wa 3 imeshaanza kunyesha, na kwa hivyo tunajitayarisha mapema ili tuweze kupanda na hiyo mvua itosheleze hata chakula chetu kuweza kukua. Siku hizi hatuoni, lakini kulingana na chakula chetu kile ambacho ni hichi cha kienyeji, kuna mbegu zingine ambazo zinatumia mvua nyingi na zingine zinatumia mvua kidogo, lakini chakula chetu cha kienyeji hasa ndicho huwa tunahimiza ya kwamba hiyo mbegu inaweza kustahamili hiyo mvua kidogo. Kuna vyakula ambavyo si lazima mtu awe anapigania ya kwamba ni lazima nitapanda mahindi kila wakati. Kuna vyakula ambavyo vinaweza kustahamili kama mtama, marenge na hizi vitu zingine ambazo tunaweza kukuza. Pia tukitaja habari ya mbegu, ni lazima tujue ya kwamba mchanga ni muhimu. Tumejua ya kwamba hii udongo wetu, na tuliona imetangazwa ya kwamba udongo umekufa, na wakati tunaenda kupanda mbegu zetu ni lazima tujue ya kwamba hatuwezi kupanda mbegu katika udongo ambao umekufa. Ni lazima tena tufufue udongo wetu. Kwa hivyo ni kutumia vile vitu ambavyo tuko navyo. Sio lazima kwenda kutumia fertilizers ama nini. Tunatumia compost. Unaweza kurutubisha udongo wako na vitu vile ambavyo uko navyo kwa shamba. Sio lazima kwenda.
Swali langu Ruth, umekuwa mkulima wa tuseme organic miaka mingapi, na ulianza aje? Ulianza na umeona difference gani katika miaka hiyo?
Nimeanza sasa ni miaka 10, na nilifunzwa na GBIAC ambao walitufundisha jinsi ya kufufua udongo na kutengeneza shamba kabla hatujaanza kupanda mbegu. Na wakati walipotufundisha, ni kwa miaka 10 sasa nimepanda, na mimi sijakosa chakula. Wakati huu watu wanalia chakula, watu wanasema hakuna unga, unga umepanda. Mimi ninasaga mahindi yangu, ninakula mboga zangu, na nimehifadhi mbegu zangu. Kwa hivyo udongo ni kitu cha muhimu.
Shukran. Bwana Wanga, my question is, we've seen communities facing a lot of challenges in terms of coping with climate change. They don't know when to plant, when to harvest. And here we are talking about our indigenous seeds. What are you doing as a practitioner on the ground to support in terms of resilience to climate change?
Thank you very much, Anne. I think as actors, we need to first understand and as well appreciate and be even shocked what is happening now. In the Horn of Africa, for sure, if we are not going to be very careful, very soon we shall perish, all of us. I think what is happening, farmers today, and you can see for yourself, that farmers are really facing a lot of threats emanating from climate change, and you can see it in many forms. For like now, around 5 seasons, there's no harvest completely. No harvest. So no food to some households. If you now look at the pastoralists, death of animals, livestock is everywhere. We have even lost around 8.1 million livestock by October. What does that mean? It means that we are heading to the ditches. So what needs done probably, and of course, you must as well understand that farmers need to be resilient to this climate change, and a lot needs to be done. But then you start to ask yourself, whose mistake is it? Is it their mistake? Is it someone's mistake? And who should pay for that? Then you start looking at, there should be loss and damage. People have to pay for that. This loss has to be paid for. So us as ActionAid, in what we do, we are educating farmers for them to be able to know the approaches for adaptation, but then raise the voice and ask for resources for them to be able to adapt. This is not their issue because they're not causing climate change, but they are impacted the most. So then someone has to be held accountable, and of course the polluter must pay. That principle is there. So ActionAid educates farmers, helps them to conceptualize, helps them to, with best approaches for adaptation, model that in the farms, but then again bring the aspect of a right. Climate change is not just environmental, it's not just social, it's not just economical, but it is also a right issue. It is an ethical issue. I think it's time for others to be taken to court, to be prosecuted for what they cause. And for us, we take that bold step and ensure that these farmers can as well stand and say, hey, it's not our issue, it's your issue, so pay us because you are damaging our environment. That's part of what we do, Anne.
Okay, Bwana Collins, when you as a practitioner working on the ground in the Kisumu, Awasi area or other regions you're working, how are you building communities' resilience? Bwana Wanga has mentioned about the polluter pay principle and all this, but we know the West has been the biggest contributor to climate change, but we are the biggest losers in terms of we cannot quickly adapt, we don't have the resources to mitigate. But you on the ground, how are you supporting communities in building their resilience, reviving their local seeds in the face of climate change?
Thank you, Anne. I want to point out that one of the critical things that we do is make the farmers realize that climate change is affecting them as individuals and is not just affecting the environment, affecting the foods that they are able to produce, affecting the income that they are able to earn from their work. It is that at that point that farmers begin to take action. You know, before we've just been talking of climate change and it looks foreign, something that is foreign and does not affect individuals. So until a farmer gets to that point that he or she sees how climate change impacts on him or her and his or her family, that's the point that they say, hey, this thing, we need to address it. So we take them through a reflection process where they reflect on seasons, how they were, and currently how they are. We take them through a reflection process on the changes around them that can be related to climate change. Then they see for surely that there is climate change. It's affecting the crops they are able to produce, it's affecting the seasons they plant, it's affecting weather variations, and therefore they need to take action. At that point, we now start identifying some of those hazards or risks that are related to climate change that affect the individual farmers. So they'll say, for example, these days we have insects or pests that occur that we don't know. The fall armyworm we had, you know, the invasions of locusts that appear in areas that actually they were not usual. Then we relate this to climate change. They say in this place we used to have 2 seasons for sure. The long rains and the short rains, they would begin at this particular point. But these days, we cannot be able to predict when the long rains are going to start. We are not able to predict when the short rains are going to come. And therefore, we keep gambling. And therefore, we ask them, first of all, what are your current coping mechanisms because of this? Because they are surviving anyway, despite even our interventions, you find. So some will say, I start planting, but I don't plant the whole farm, just in case. So instead of waiting for March, I start in January. Again, February, I'll plant. As soon as if there is enough moisture, in March, I'll plant. In April. So as a way of spreading the risks. So those are some of their current coping mechanisms. And then, as a community, we develop what we call our Climate Change Adaptation Action Plan. So this is a process where they do this reflection jointly as a group of farmers in an area, and then after identifying the risks and hazards that are related to climate change, they pick the current coping mechanism, then they go to the level of desired coping mechanisms. These are the interventions that they would like. And based on this, we now come up with what can they do on their own and what can they do with the government, the way my brother was saying. What can the government do? So at their level, they'll bring from the past, yes, droughts were not as frequent, but we would have them. What are the crops that they would grow? And how would they prepare if they knew that there was going to be drought? What would they do when there were floods? What would they do when there were diseases? Then they come up with a plan of the intervention that they are able to do. So in this way, you find that at the individual level, they are taking action in terms of how to prepare themselves. They'll start growing drought-tolerant crops, disease-resistant varieties of crops, early maturing varieties, and they try to diversify also the enterprises that are within their farms. Based on this, you find that they are better prepared for climate change. So in short term, that is what we do. On the long term, we also urge them to work with the county government in terms of developing policies and laws that can be able to support them as a community in terms of this. And without that legal framework, you know, there cannot be funds. I think this came during the previous debate. This is why we need the laws to help us adapt to climate change. We need laws to help us protect our seeds and improve them so that we have them all taken together. Thank you.
A very good note on the seed laws, and I'd like to ask Bwana Wanga. We have the very controversial seed laws that many questions have been raised about them. Maybe you can tell us a few key concerns related to these seed laws that we have and what we would want.
Thank you very much, Anne. I think what we need to first appreciate is that today, millions of farmers are doing farming in a very good way, that they are conserving the planet, that they are doing it ecologically very friendly, and they are not even harming the environment. But what happens? Their voices and their practices are not even heard in policy. They are ignored completely. You can attest to me that just recently, some people sat somewhere and they said we are going to eat GMOs. 20 people deciding for 50 million Kenyans, we are going to eat GMOs. Where are the farmers? Are they participating? Did they participate in that particular decision? So this tells you a lot about what the policies that which are there. So in the event that they're not participating, so what happens then? Because themselves, they're a source of a very innovative way of solutions and policies and practices. So if they're not involved, that means their interests and rights are not entrenched in policy. And of course, the other side as well is deprived of very innovative ways to inform the policies. So as you can see even today, the Seed Variety and Crops Act of, was it 20-something, was reviewed in 2012 and 2013. It deprived a lot of rights from the farmers. So today you cannot even exchange your seeds, which we used to do, but now it is prohibited. You cannot gift a seed that my grandmother used to gift, but today you cannot be able to gift a seed.
Maybe tusikie kutoka kwa mama yetu Ruth. Kuna hivyo laws ama sheria ambazo wewe kama mkulima unaona zinakukandamiza. Maybe unaweza tuambia concerns zenyu kama wakulima ni nini?
Kama wakulima ni kuona ya kwamba tunawekwa kwa grupu moja. Kuna wakulima wenye shamba kubwa, kuna wakulima wenye shamba dogo. Na wakati sheria zinatungwa kutoka kwa parliament, ambayo tena agriculture iko devolved. Sheria zikitungiwa bunge hazifuatani na yule mkulima ambaye ako kule chini. Kama hiyo sheria ambayo iliambiwa ya kwamba hatuwezi kuuza mbegu zetu za kienyeji, hatuwezi kugawanyana, ilipitishwa na hatukuulizwa. Na ule muda kidogo ambao walitoa kwa public participation, ili happen ya kwamba hata waliweka on a weekend, tukaja kujua kama tumechelewa. Lakini hata hivyo tulienda, na hakukuwa na public participation. Tuliregister na tukaja tukaambiwa kwamba kuna senator ambaye amekufiwa, wanaenda kukonsole mwenzao. Lakini hatukuchoka. Tulichukuana kama wakulima na tukakaa mahali na tukaona ile bill ambayo ilikuwa imepitishwa. Luckily tulikuwa na lawyers wakatuelezea, na tukaandika malilio yetu yale ambayo tulitaka ya kwamba tusikizwe. Lakini hata hao yote hakuna kitu ambacho baadaye tuliona hata kufikisha malilio yetu Senate, na tukaona kwa TV. Hatukujua vile hiyo sheria ilipitishwa. Siwezi kupeana mbegu zangu, siwezi kuuza mbegu zangu, na hata pia mwingine akipeana, hawa makampani kubwa kubwa wakipeana mbegu zao waje wapate kwa shamba yangu, mimi ninashitakiwa na ninashikwa. Kwa hivyo hizi sheria zinatukandamiza, na ndio hapo tunasema ya kwamba tukubaliwe na tujulikane ya kwamba tuko farmers mara mbili. Kuna wale tunapigania mbegu zetu za kienyeji, hatutaki zichafuliwe, na kuna wale ambao tunataka kusaidiana na mbegu zetu, na pia tusiwekewe mipaka, tuachwe huru, tukue recognized, na pia tupatiwe nafasi yetu. Wakati wanapitisha sheria, hatujui ni wakulima gani huwa wanaitwa. Sisi kama wakulima wadogo huwa tunasikia tu, hatujui ni wakulima gani. Na wakati hizi mbegu zinakuja kukua wanakuja kuzitengeneza, wanakuja mashinani. Kwa hivyo sheria ianzie mashinani, farmers waitwe, wale hata kama wataita wote, afadhali yule ambaye ameamua ya kwamba mimi nataka kuenda kienyeji, kila mtu atoe mawazo yake, lakini tusilazimishwe kupanda kitu ambacho hatutaki. Hiyo ndio imeleta mambo haya ya kuharibu mazingira.
Asante Ruth. Naona muda wetu unayoyoma na ningependa pengine kuna maswali tunaweza uliza maswali manne ndio panel yetu iweze kureact to some of the issues. Dr. Lembo alikuwa na swali way ahead. MC, tunaweza mpatia microphone ama mtu mwingine ambaye ana swali kwa the panel? As you ask, maybe Collins, you might want to react to that question. I had not given you a chance.
The question of the laws. Thank you very much. Our current laws, I've just learned that they are being reviewed, and I hope they are going to be reviewed. But jinsi ambavyo tumeelezwa na mkulima na Bwana Kitasi ndivyo zipo. Na hizo sheria jinsi ambavyo zilitungwa, ukiziangalia kwa undani, unaona kuna mkono ya some corporate entities ambayo inataka ipate nafasi ya kuuza mbegu. Hata hii mambo ya GMO, mimi jinsi ambavyo nafikiria, mimi kibinafsi naona ya kwamba ni kama biashara. Watu wanaona nafasi ya kufanya biashara ya mbegu. Mbegu itauzwa kila mahali. Kama nchi ambayo inajitawala, kwa kizungu tunasema a sovereign state, lazima tuangalie kwa undani kabla hatujafanya maamuzi ama kutunga sheria. Lazima tujue ya kwamba nchi zingine zinaweka mbegu. Ukienda nchi ambayo inaitwa Norway, wamesha kusanya mbegu karibu varieties 1.2 million zimewekwa kwa chombo ambayo imechimbwa kwa ardhi inaitwa the seed vault. Hapo wanakusanya mbegu zote ambazo ziko duniani, wanaziweka. Hiyo ni kama refrigerator, ni wamechimba kwa mlima ambayo kuna barafu. So they are stored there, and all our indigenous seeds are there. These are the seeds they are going to keep, and they even call it doomsday seed store. Ya kwamba siku ambayo watu watakuwa wanakufa njaa, hapo ndio watu watakuwa naenda. Kwa sababu wanajua ya kwamba wanataka kuleta hizi GMO and improved varieties. Ikifika kiwango ambayo hatuna mbegu, sasa wawe na mbegu na watauza jinsi ambavyo tunataka. Unajua, kwa Biblia tunaona ya kwamba wakati hauna chakula utafanya chochote ambayo mwenzako anataka. Na tuliona hii ukitoka kitabu cha Mwanzo 43. Yusufu alikuwa anatawala pale Misri, na ndugu zake walipoenda pale wakajisulunisha, wakasema kwamba sisi we are ready to work as slaves, bora tu tupate chakula, bora uhai. Na hii ndio kitu ambayo wakubwa wetu waangalie. Wengine labda wanaangalia biashara, watafanya biashara as part of this big corporate ambayo wanataka wauze hii mbegu. So sisi kama jamii, hii ni kitu ambayo lazima tukatae, tuweke mbegu zetu, na kama wataleta GMO jinsi mkulima anasema, watu huru kuchagua mbegu zipi ambazo tunazitaka, na hizo mbegu zenyu mkizileta zisiwe zinaweza kudhuru mbegu zetu. They should not be able to contaminate. Your right ends where my right begins. So that is in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lembo, your question please.
Yes, I had, can you hear me? Yes, I had a question, but it was to the earlier two presenters. Thank you very much for us to be able to go back and seek ways of addressing these matters, and especially our farmers that are out there. You know, what you are talking is touching our hearts so much, you know, that we cannot see our future generations surrendering themselves into slavery so that they can be able to eat food, because those of us who are present today have not done the right thing. My question may be a little bit above the discussion that is going there with our farmers, but anyhow, I will still pose it because it is one that also challenges us as we work into the farmer managed seed system that Dr. Mdavi presented so ably this morning. Mine is a concern that I work also in the committee that does certification and regulation of the same African Seed and Biotechnology Program. And my question to them is that I do not like when they use the word weed, wild species, you know, that cannot conform to those standards and regulations. And the reason they are being called wild species, and also what other term do they use, which is rather not very friendly, but what they mean is that these particular seeds and the varieties that we so much enjoy eating from the wild, either as food, we use them as medicine, we use them for cultural purposes, and they are so dear to us because of the very nature in which we find ourselves and the way you utilize them. My concern is that whatever these people are doing in the industrial seed sector conforms to the OECD schemes. OECD is a European cooperation and economic development schemes that have described varieties which you know now conform to the distinct, stable and uniform that UPOV is dealing with. And that is why our varieties in the farm managed seed systems cannot conform to that, because they are so variable, they are so different, and you know, the genes in them respond to nature, the way nature works. So my concern is this, that unless we have a way that we also can have our own schemes that can describe those seeds, and then we have a repository. I know Venta here told me that last time when we were in Gilgil, that she does this digitalization. And because people now are using that digital information also to create new varieties, it is my concern that unless we are able to find a way of describing these schemes, and then we register them, we protect them in that form, then how can we chase when they are being, you know, biopiracy is going on at an alarming rate?
Okay.
We have just talked about Norway. Can we find a way, the scientists that are here, even the farmers, on how we can protect, even if they are called wild or, you know, foreign, I mean, we must find a way of having a similar situation to OECD.
Thank you, Dr. Olembo, for your comment. I'll just take 3 short questions there, 2 and number 3, and then we can respond.
My name is Wycliffe Onyimbo. I've got, I really appreciate the conference, what he's doing, and I appreciate what Collins is doing, and I know him also, he's a good friend. But I also have friends in Zambia who are farmers. And to your surprise, Zambia today, as we speak, have an excess of over 1 million bags of maize. And in fact, everybody from the region is buying from Zambia. So when I asked them, what are you doing? What they told us is that they've conserved the regional means of farming, and they don't use this GMO with fertilizer that rarely use. So my challenge to us farmers in this region is that let us really stand our ground, because if we stand our ground, then we have a very good future. And I'd like us to get from that experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was the gentleman there and the lady here. You can start from back there. Please let us keep it short and introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Jack Mazingira. I have a question based on what we've been discussing on issues climate change. I've not heard it come out clearly on the role of youths. How do we want to involve youths in this? Based again on the issues of agriculture in this country. Agriculture is viewed by youths as something that is not, pro-youth. How do you want to involve youths again on this, actually to understand how climate change is going to affect them, and actually how climate change is affecting them? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There is the lady here. Please keep it short, and she'll be the last one. You can give her.
Good afternoon. I'm Emily Mkomunene. I deal with health education and nutrition. My question, mine is not a question, maybe it's a contribution to the discussion. I would request the panelists and the people who are involved with the agricultural sector to advise the lawmakers to desist from using the term peasant farmers, because that's a colonial mentality that has continuously put down the ego of our farmers. It also is a stigmatizing term, because you find a farmer who has even 200 acres or 100 acres, but just because they are the African farmers, they are called peasant farmers. The other one is the laws to encourage people to plant or to tap what is the drought-stricken areas. Like I've gone through around the stands, I've seen very good indigenous seeds from the Ukambani area, the areas that we say they are drought-stricken. But we should take advantage of what those crops and what value they can be able to add to us, and then we can also have what the panelists there said, a doomsday seed. Otherwise, on the issue of saying that the seeds should not be shared, I come from the Meru community, and we say, Munimambegu nimorogi. If you deny somebody a seed, you are a witch. So we should be allowed to share our seeds.
Thank you. What a wonderful saying. The lady here, she'll give the last question or comment before we go back to the panel.
Good morning. My name is Virginia Wanjiro. Such a wonderful presentation you guys had. My question is, you guys, we've talked about farmers are not being involved, yes? So what is the way forward to make sure the farmers will be involved in future? Because it's not like they didn't know farmers should be involved. They consciously didn't involve them. What are we planning to do to make sure our farmers are involved in the next policy when we'll make them? Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Ruth, naona hilo swali limekulenga sana. Tunasema wakulima hawahusishwi. Kwa hivyo tutafanyaje ili muweze kuwa na voice pale? Na pili, unaona yule ni youth. Youth wanasema kuna climate change na kuna mambo ya agriculture. How are you involving them kama wamama? Na unajua mama ndio nurturers, ndio mnalea watoto. Mnafanya nini kama wakulima?
Asante sana kwa swali lako. Nikienda upande wa youth, mbeleni hata wakati tulikuwa tukisoma kulikuwa na 4K club. Watu walikuwa wanapatiwa pieces zao wanapanda, lakini hizo vitu baadaye zilikuja zikatolewa kutoka kwa shule. Kwa hivyo wakati huu kuna challenge ambapo kuna wengine ambao hawataki, walifundishwa ya kwamba ukulima ni uchafu. Kwa hivyo hayo mambo yako ndani ya akili yao. Wakati huu ndio tunaanza kuambia wajitokeze ili wakati pale kuna forums ambazo zinaitwa, kuna vikundi ambavyo vimejikusanya ambao wanataka kufundisha hata hao youth, wakiitwa watoke waje wasome, kwa sababu si wengi, si wazazi wengi ambao wakati huu sasa hata wako hata na mashamba hayo ya kuja kuonyesha hao watoto. Lakini kuna hizi forums ambazo watu wanaitwa, mkizisikia mahali popote, na hata zinaonyeshwa kwenye TV, ziko kwenye simu zenu. Tafadhalini mutoke, muje muweze kufundishwa hata nyinyi, kwa sababu wakati huu, wakati wa mbeleni wazazi wetu walikuwa wakilima, tulikuwa tukiwaona na tulikuwa tukienda na wao kwa shamba. Wameondoka, ni sisi sasa ndio tuko sasa, na hiki kilimo ni kuonyesha ya kwamba pia nacho kinaenda kikiisha. Kwa hivyo hatuna mahali pengine ambapo tutakuja kupata chakula isipokuwa nyinyi vijana kujitokeza.
Na kama wakulima mnataka kuhusishwaje? Mnasema kama watu wa nyuma.
Kama wakulima tunataka kujua wakati ule ambapo hizo sheria zinapangwa. Kama sasa tumesikia kuna review, hatukuwa tunajua, na vitu zingine zile ambazo zinaongelewa hapo ndani ya hiyo review ni vitu ambavyo tuliraise baada ya kujua ya kwamba hiyo sheria inakuja kupitishwa. Sasa imekuwa reviewed, na hiyo ingine tunaona iko mwisho wa Oktoba, hatukuwa tunajua, zinaenda chini ya meza. Kwa hivyo chochote kile ambacho kinaenda kuzungumziwa juu ya ukulima na farmers, ianzishwe kuanzia mashinani, sio tu kukaa kwa boardrooms. Waanze kuanzia mashinani. Tuko na chiefs, tuko na MPs, tuko na hao wote tumewaita, tumewapeleka bunge, lakini hakuna jambo ambalo wanatufanyia. Kwa hivyo mimi shida yangu ni hawa ambao tumechagua, na ndio hao wanakaa katika vikao vya kupitisha hizo sheria. Kwa hivyo wakati huu tujitokeze, tumewapeleka na ni lazima wakuwe accountable kwa sisi. Juu tumedonate power kwa wao, ni sisi tuko na power. Kwa hivyo tuinuke na tuweze kupiga nduru.
Mmesikia wakulima ndio wako na power, lakini wanataka wajitokeze.
Haya, Bwana Wanga, ukirespond to the questions, itakuwa pia vizuri kusikia vile ambavyo tunaweza support the youth katika mambo ya, tunasikia siku hizi agribusiness, katika climate change watafanya nini?
Asante sana, and I think iko mambo mingi vijana wanaweza wakafanya, but what is required first is to have the enabling environment, kwa sababu these are a unique population, uniqueness in terms of their thinking and of course the environment that they're living in. I know I just left youthhood just the other day. I could be a youth by extension, and these young people have a way of looking at things which is very different from how our parents and grandparents used to look at them. I think what we need to do is also look at how we balance between profit and ethics, because today we are looking at more to profit. You have to make too much profit, and you don't know what you are doing. You are harming a lot of things. I know also the young people have that tendency. I'm not accusing them, but they want to make things to work today. They have to make profit today. They have to be rich today. So I think that is an area that we really want to look into. But moving forward, for young people, I think we have to target them with products that the youth can thrive in. And this requires capacity enhancement for them to understand that they have a role to play in food production. They have a role to play in conserving the environment. We have to look into financing their programs. We have to look for money to finance their programs so that young people can thrive in agriculture. Like now you're talking about agribusiness. They want to have profit, you can do this agriculture, but then at the end of the day, earn something from it. The aspect of policies, the policy framework that we are reviewing, what is the source of that review? Is it to solve our problems, or there's a force behind pushing us to review a policy for them to make profits? You said it, Collins. It's an area that we really want to look at. But then lastly, we have to change our practice. We have to change our practice. We thrive in diversity, so we have to ensure that we remain such. Thanks.
And your parting shot, Bwana Wanga?
I think for me, colleagues, farmers, all others, we have to remain bold. We have to defend this. Today you will see livestock are dying. We have no pasture, we have no trees are dying, water, but then next week or the other days, it will be human being dying. We are the next. So it's up to you. Remember, these seeds are our seeds, not the seeds of multinationals. Let's defend them. Let's stand up. Let's voice. Hata ukabaki peke yako, ongea tu kuhusu kwamba hii mbegu ni yetu na hatutaki haribiwe. Asante.
Thank you. We have to defend our seeds. Bwana Collins?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, the issue of the youth is critical, and my colleague has talked about programs. What we try to do at our level is we try to go beyond programs. The government must address the issues that are affecting the youth. So what do we do with the youth? One, we involve them in advocacy so that they help even the issues that the farmers are concerning. And this also addresses the issue that was raised by Virginia. The youths are able to understand the budget making processes, the policy process, and take the views of their parents who are farmers and help in lobbying and advocating for this at different forums. Of course, at strategic levels, the farmers are also involved. So this is how we are doing the connection between the youths and the farmers. Two, the youths have limitations in terms of what they can be able to do. One, they don't have access to land and control over land. Two, issues of capital for initiating business. So this is where the linkage comes in. We have a devolved government system where youths are also have a place. And the county government, the national government must have kitties that can support technology-driven agriculture that can attract these youths. So we are promoting now, we are doing what we call the aquaponics. This is quite modern agriculture. We are doing fruit farming of fruits that don't take a long time, and horticulture. And we have quite good success stories of youths who are involved in this. They use irrigation, they do their agricultural, horticultural production throughout the year along rivers and along the lake. And these are things that are really key, and we are urging the county government also to allocate resources to support these youth. So these are some of the things that we are doing. I don't know. Yes, what Wycliffe Onyimbo said is true. There are success stories of use of indigenous seeds, use of traditional farming. Actually, if you look at agroecology, it is not something new. It's something we've been doing in the past. It's only that we got confused at some point. Conservation farming, regenerative agriculture, which are all part of this, are things that we were doing traditionally. The issues of seed sharing. In my community, I could not plant any seeds before giving to my grandmother. She had to plant before, then my parents, then me. That was the culture. And that was to ensure that everyone produced. So some of these are there. So my parting shot is that let's not sell our heritage. You know about Esau in the Bible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth, tupatie neno la mwisho kutoka mkulima. Tunataka aje na ndio tuweze kumaliza.
Neno la mwisho ni kuwaambia wote tujivunie culture yetu. Watu wasituambie vitu vyetu ni vibaya, sababu tumelelewa na hizo. Tujivunie culture yetu na tuhifadhi kile ambacho tuko nacho, tushikilie, tusiwachilie.
Asanteni sana. Thank you to my panelists, and thank you for giving us your ear. I return the program to our MC. Please have a seat.
I think we can do better than that. Let us appreciate the panel. Very nice. Asante sana. Wamesema tuhifadhi culture yetu. Tuhifadhi culture yetu. And on that note, I think we've been sitting for a very long time. I want us to have a short break of only 5 minutes so that the people at the back seats there, you can come to the front here, pick a bottle of water, and then mingle kidogo, muonge kidogo, as Kayamba Roots will be doing one song, so that we go to a very emotive subject ambayo inakuja next session hapa, ambayo I know watu wengi wako very much interested to kusikia mambo ambayo inaenda kusemwa kwa the next session. So just feel free, stand up kidogo, tuchangamke kidogo, watu wachukue maji hapa mbele. Kayamba, you can do something. Kayamba Roots. We only take 5 minutes.
Gonangani bara, gonangani bara, mulai wa mama. Weka mabega kidogo. Haya, chukua nafasi yako sasa. Weka mkono tu hivi kidogo. Simon. Wapi vigelegele tena? Twende hivi. Shombo maalumu ni shombo.
Shombo maalumu.
Shombo maalumu.
Shombo maalumu ni shombo. Ulijinga.
How low can you go? How low? Twende chini. Unapanda tena juu. Chini kwa chini.
Mukongo.
Tena. Mulai wa mama. Weka mkono hivi. Shombo maalumu ni shombo.
Shombo maalumu ni shombo.
Shombo maalumu.
Shombo maalumu ni shombo. Ulinchinga.
Haya, tunaenda 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Kilulum.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Haya, weka hivi. Twende hivi. Zunguka kidogo. Zunguka tena, zunguka tena, zunguka tena. Zunguka. Zunguka. Zunguka.
Zunguka.
Zunguka. Haya. Left.
Mwana wanje
ulingirereso eleso yende boya ninde rukendo haruo
makuru
haruo
anditi sanga
rukendo nindanga ya mberenga haruo
haya twende
kuna
kiliwa
you stretch a bit, stretch kidogo. Ay. Wapi vigelegele kidogo?
Asante sana. Makofi. Thank you very much. That was nice. Hiyo ndio inaitwa culture. I think we go to the next moderator. Hope is ready. Engineer, Kiplagat. I think macho yangu imeenda mbio sana. I want to call upon Mr. Mwaniki Mageria. Mr. Mwaniki Mageria will lead us in the next session.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaga ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional.
My name is Moneki Mageria. I am a foodie. I like food. I like food very much, particularly traditional foods, and probably that's why I'm here. I've been recognized by the Kenyan National Museums of Kenya as a traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge ambassador, and I really enjoy what I do. Those of you, I met somebody just now, a guy called Pius Pius. Where's Pius? He was somewhere here, yeah. He told me I've been to his village and I've eaten his food. Yeah, from your grandmother. So now I need to pay you, eh? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a very interesting topic, and I don't think, I think everybody has an opinion about it, especially the young people, because I think this morning we're told something very important. The gentleman who spoke earlier, Dr. Was it Maundu? No, before, after Dr. Maundu was Dr.? Yeah, let me get to the name. Dr. Amudavi. And he reckoned that that saying by Professor Madai, that it is not this generation, if we mess up, this is not the generation that will pay the price. Okay, us guys with gray hair are not the ones who pay the price. You young people are the ones who pay the price if we do not have our indigenous seeds, if we are not able to continue the species that our grandparents and great-grandparents grew up on and grew old on. So we have a very big, you have a very big responsibility as the young people to have a voice. But I'm going to invite an old man like myself. Well, I'm not quite as old as you are, but he has a lot of knowledge, particularly on this issue of GMOs, indigenous seeds, and food. The concerns. What are the concerns? What are the concerns? Are they valid? Are those concerns valid? Please put your hands together and welcome with me Professor Kihumbo Zairo. And by the way, he's Googleable.
As you know, I was going to talk about GMOs, etc., indigenous food, but then there is this in the newspapers. Man sues government for lifting ban on GMOs. So I'm afraid their topic is sub judice now. But that doesn't remove the fact that I was the chairman of the task force, and we wrote the report we did, and at first we had a lot of problem with educating people. In the end, we gave our report, which is supposed to be, I don't know, difficult, and people are fighting it and so forth. We gave it to the parliamentarians, and it was tabled in Parliament, and all our recommendations were approved without any amendment. But that's all water under the bridge. The small farmers took GMO producers to court. I was the only scientist who supported their cause. I had no choice because they wanted the chairman of the task force to be summoned in court, and I was. And the manufacturers spent all their time trying to discredit my credentials. I was saying, this fellow is a medic, you know, he knows nothing about, what does he know about biosafety? What does he know about safety? And so on and so on and so on. And I answered all their questions. As you know, court processes are rather rigid. But in the end, I thought the court and everybody else, including the judge, were going to go away with the wrong impression. So I asked the lady judge, Justice, may I say something to the court? He said, do you have something to tell us, to educate us? I said, yes, madam, may I? He said, yes, go ahead. I told him, I was not chairman of this task force because I'm a medic and I'm a professor of medicine. One, I'm a son of a peasant farmer. And what I didn't tell the court, I'll tell you. My dad never worked since 1930 when he stopped working for Azungu as a clerk in the farms. We had only 13 acres of land, and we were 10 of us. We made all our money by farming. Okay, the land expanded a little bit, but there is nothing that the small farmer does I can't do. In my family, once you have 4 years, you join and you are very busy. My family produced the first chicken billionaire, Nelson Mogoko. He was my mentor and my senior, but he grew up on my father's farm. In fact, all his farming roots are the same as my roots. And his children, the majority of them are still in farming. Secondly, for 10 years in London, I was the medical advisor for the whole of the Commonwealth in cooperation, international cooperation in health, in all areas, from training to pharmacy to whatever, I was advising ministers and others and the Secretary General on that. And then you think GMO companies are complicated, but I was for 8 years one of the 3 international independent professors who advised the global pharmaceutical industry on the ethics of marketing. And we fought a bit, but in the end we came to a modus operandi to show them that actually our criticism of the NGOs actually back in their home countries were meant to improve their products. So I'm used to international controversy. You can't trap me into saying wrong things. For example, I can't be trapped to talk about GMO controversy, whatever, in Kenya. I'm not going to talk about it. There will be time in court now to bring all the things that people want to bring. The only thing I would like to say is, despite my background, I started more institutions for this country in the health field than anybody else, including KEMRI. Now, what I learned in the development of KEMRI, because I was very, very keen to, as the then research advisor in medicine for the Minister of Health, I discovered that when you give herbal medicines, you don't subject them to the usual tests because they have been used by our forefathers and foremothers for generations. But if you have anything else that humans have not been consuming since time immemorial, then you go through this kind of stuff. This is this year's British National Formulary. All the medicines that have been manufactured are here, that are approved. All their side effects are here. In case new ones have come, or you observe, we have pages at the back for anybody who observes our side effect to write to BNF and tell them. We do not hide what people take. And during my sojourn with the task force, I had to ask people who are telling us what to take and not to take to give me the name of the most safe, of the safest medicine they take. And then I'll say, can I look it up? Then I'll tell them all the horrible side effects you could get, like Panadol. Yeah, if your child takes an overdose, it's curtains, it's untreatable. We have medicine that we have registered that can cause you to commit suicide. We have medicines have registered that can stop your blood from regenerating itself. So if you get a complication, again, it's cut and you're gone. But we always balance the benefit and the harm. And so we request other professions, apart from the medical, to use the same stringent way of clearing anything we haven't been having since time immemorial. Should be subject to, and they know, subject to this kind of scrutiny, and it should be open so that you can check any drugs. Now, for example, the drugs we give that can make anybody commit suicide are given under very strict conditions in a ward setting, and the patient is observed. The psychiatrist to keep talking to them, because when this phase of recovery comes and they start saying that they are worthless, the world is in a terrible place, you know they are now getting suicidal thoughts. Okay? So I just wanted to clear that. Now, let's move on to indigenous food and our own culture. Throughout my education, I had a problem with foreigners from the colonialist countries. They always had this word, silly Africans. Whenever they said, you have come 1,000 miles, thousands of miles from England to come and help you, silly Africans. And it went on. In chemistry class, we were given faulty apparatus, but they wouldn't admit it. And then this man was teaching us chemistry in Makerere. He was, you guys are having problem because you are black. The children in Prince of Wales, the white children, can analyze 5 compounds by the time you have analyzed 1. He was a born-again Christian, and he used to go for prayer. Actually, of all the human races, we are the less monkey-like. And I missed detention by a whisker because I was told as spoiling race relations in Kenya. It's okay to boo our footballers even today and call them monkeys and throw bananas at them, but we are not allowed to hit back. And there's something I will say last about this. I approached the museum and I said, look, I see you have orangutans here. Do you have orangutans in Kenya? He said, no. For the education of our children, may I suggest you introduce monkeys that look like all the races of this world. For the chimps do look like some people I know. They're the brightest monkeys anyway. Now, the Chinese people look like the snub-nosed monkey. Just look it up, Google it up, and see the snub-nosed monkey. Now, the Caucasians have a very nice monkey that looks like them, called the proboscis monkey. It's got a nice long face, which is rather cute on the females because it's not so long as it is in the males. I would like the museum to put these stuffed monkeys for the sake of educating our children, to show our children that facial features are part of the environment, because the human knows this is my subject, physiology, function. It's the air conditioner for the body. So you'll find that monkeys that are developed in certain areas look like the people who are there. So anyway, this is one of the things I talked about. And it took me only, by the way, 2 weeks to write the 230 pages because I was so charged as a young Turk, I think. The problem is nothing has changed. Well, when my wife stopped straightening her hair, then I know something has changed. Let's move on to food. Indigenous foods were foods that the human race had developed over millions of years. And our ancestors picked what was good. When the white people came here, we have scientific evidence. They say the natives of Eastern Africa suffer from low blood pressure because the older you get, the lower your blood pressure became. The natives of East Africa had no diabetes. We had no hypertension. We had no cancers. We had no Alzheimer, dementia. We didn't have all these things. The very sick state we are in now is a product of the modern diet mainly. I've taken trouble to go and educate our regulators about trans fats in our margarine and cooking oils. They don't seem to follow. I tell them, look, these things are banned. Even the Americans have banned trans fats. The epidemic we are having of coronary heart disease is mainly because of trans fats. Indigenous way of cooking was mainly boiling. But in my family, my father, when you have used fat, he took animal fat, which he had rendered from his fat rams. And when they came with, I don't want to mention the brand, when his other Christian, civilized, marginally rich people came to show him this new manufactured mafuta ya miti, white as snow. He asked them, which miti? They said, even the radio is advertising them. Say, no, no. I say, which miti? You go and bring me the miti, which they make this oil from. I'll give it to my goat. If my goats eat the miti, then I'll eat the fat. Of course, that never happened. So in my family, we are brought up on animal fat, which is safer than all things they advertise. What hurts me is the international companies which sell these stuff to us, modern foods, know what is banned in their own countries, but they will never tell us. And then our friendly governments who have their embassies here, when they know certain things that are being taken here, pesticides and so forth, are banned in their own country, like in Holland, you can't use certain sprays domestically for plant breeding. You can only use them in industry and so on. But I've never heard of somebody from those countries saying, you know, the way they came and told us, you know, there is something called Christianity, you know, and this Bible and so forth. You are in darkness, we're going to be light. Why don't they enlighten us on survival? Okay? So, I can point out specific areas where we have proof. For example, yam. Yam was a traditional food in the Mount Kenya region. It was the only crop controlled by the men. All the other crops are controlled by the women, and the women controlled the granaries. Because of food security, the mothers knew when to serve grain and when to serve tubers, you know, the seasonal crops. And we used to complain to our mothers, when everywhere you go, they give me sweet potatoes, and we want maize. But maize was being kept in the granary because you can keep maize. You can't keep sweet potatoes. But if you went to anywhere in our region and found people eating yams, there was famine. Because yam stays in the ground, it grows and grows and grows, subdivides, but it doesn't go bad. Now, why was there no dementia? I told my postgraduate students, I just retired the other day, surgeons, neurosurgeons, whatever, check yam as a staple diet, yam eating, and dementia. But also check the dementia prevalence in West Africans, Southern Nigerians, the Cote d'Ivoire people, and the Ghanaians. Compare those figures with African Americans because they have the same stock. In the African American, 25% of people have dementia. In Southern Nigeria, There was one series where somebody looked at 60 brains of old men who died at over 80 of other causes. There was no sign of cerebral degeneration. And we did a little work, which we didn't quite publish in Nyeri. We had men of age, I was in my 50s, we had men of 90 plus who were fast sharper in their heads than we were in our mid-50s. But what I had to do is something I want to educate ourselves and educate myself again on. Researchers in sub-Saharan Africa have been hijacked. Our best brains are in collaboration systems. In those systems, the partner pays you very well, much better than if you're doing a research funded by your government. So you find that all the research going on, even in South Africa, they were complaining the other day that 70% of their research is still funded from outside. That means, therefore, if you want to do something indigenous, for indigenous benefit, you're in trouble. So when I tried to show that yam actually improves memory and repairs aging memory, I had to pay for it. I had my postgraduate student for her master's degree. I imported the yam tincture from wild yam. Yeah, wild yam doesn't have the tubers, so each little root has as much medicine for the brain as the big yam. So instead of eating 2 kilos of ordinary yam, you just do 2 capsules of the powder of the root of the wild yam. So I got it in a tincture form, which could be injected into mice. I bought the equipment, and the Department of Medical Physiology, we used the departmental facilities for learning and memory, and we divided our mice into teenagers, young adults, the elderly group. And then we taught them tricks, and we saw how fast they learned. And then we waited for some time, see how they performed in recall. Would they still remember the tricks? And we found the following. The teenagers didn't benefit much. But grown-up adults and the elderly, the memory improvement and learning ability was quite remarkable. I knew that already. I take wild yam, or yam if I can get it, because in our culture, once you hit 40, you change slowly from grain to yam. And I found my grandparents, at age nearly 100 or over, they were pounding the yam because they had no teeth to drink it. It is the only smart drug I know. We even know the mechanism. Yam has a substance called diosgenin, which is essential for brain function. One person whose name I won't say, came back to university and problems studying for his master's. So I prescribed for him wild yam capsules, and since they're given to women for menopause, they don't work very well. I told him, if they tell you that whether your wife needs them, say yes, yeah, just take them. And he shot from being the bottom of the class, he was first top in the class. And of course, since it's a series of one, it's statistically nonsense, but I've done the work on animals. And if you Google wild yam and memory, the thesis of my student is there. So, which is the way forward? You see, small farmers have to make money. And my father was the best farmer in Kiambu. For as long as there are competitions, he always won top prizes. And agriculture officers, British, used to come. They bring chiefs of all Kenya to see how Africa can use their land, ministers of religion to come and preach how to maximize on your land. On our 13 acres, it became about 20 in the end. Then Gene School, which was for community development, every principal came there would come with students to show them how an African can produce the highest yield of maize, whatever, sweet potatoes, until the principal was changed and they brought a Frenchman. I beg your indulgence because I've got to tell you this story. It's very important for small farmers. My father was called Stephen. So Mr. Sauvage asks my father, "Oh, your farm is beautiful, your yield is fantastic. Where are the accounts? You used to be an accountant in white people's farm. Where are the accounts?" He said, "What accounts? How much are you making? All these beautiful crops, and special maize my dad had developed, which were growing big and tall for the animal feed, and he was getting to the stage where now all the maize stalks were bent so that they don't rot when rain comes, and so forth." They sat under a tree. Being a curious little boy, I was sitting near them, eating yams and drinking tea mugs. And they did all the sums, and they found that all my father was doing, with all his glory, was replowing back everything he got. He was told, mix your crop farming with cash crop. So he said, "What are cash crops?" So he was told, grow roses and delphiniums and other cut flowers. There's a very good market in Nairobi. And he did that. The next time agriculture officers came, they said, "Stephen, who told you to plant flowers? We have told you you're the best farmer in potatoes and beans. What is this?" He said, "Flowers." Who told you?" He said, "Well, we discussed with the new principal of Gene School, and we did our sums. We found I was losing, and he suggested I grow cash crops and mix with my food crops." And he said, "Uproot them at once." He said, "No way. This is my land. I will not uproot it." So we went to cash crops, and we crossed the poverty line. My father returned his suits, which he dropped in 1930. This was 1956. He started wearing suits. He bought a car. I learned to drive on his truck, and so forth. So, in terms of comparisons, I think we are being bamboozled by experts in quote. Our food is produced by small farmers. It's not produced by giant mega farmers. In South Africa, the land is still white man's land. 48,000 or so farmers, let's say less than 50,000, produce 95% of the food. The 13 million indigenous people can't even feed themselves. They produce 5%. So don't be brought ideas by other people. Look at Southeast Asia. The average farm is very small. Even Germany, the average farm is very small. The mega farms, you go to America, to Australia, to South Africa. But we do not need mega farming so as to be food sufficient. And I would like to stress again, we have been this globe, on Africa for longer than anybody else, because the human race started here. And we have gone all this way on indigenous food. So don't change what is not broken.
Don't change what is not. Only you are listening. Nobody else was listening. Don't change what is not. Did you get anything out of that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen? Did you, I think he was being very careful not to enter the subjudice areas of GMO and what have you. But basically, indigenous seeds, indigenous farming is the way that has been working, and we can only improve it. Not, I think that's basically what you were saying. Is that what you're saying? And I think I'm sure you all have questions. How many questions do you have? Anybody with questions and additions to that? Anybody like to say something? I do have one or two questions myself, and we want to get into a session. Thank you, I see the hand. We want to get into the plenary session and continue with the questioning time into the plenary session so that we can redeem the time. I would like to invite onto the stage to join us, to join Professor Dairo, Ms. Wanjiro Kamau, CSO. There you are. You are the one who was listening. No wonder you were listening so keenly. Please give her a round of applause as she comes. Let's encourage her as she comes on stage. Thank you, Wanjiro Kamau. You will be introducing yourselves as when we move forward. Then we have a farmer, and we're told not to call them peasant farmers, small-scale farmer. What do we call them? Indigenous farmer. Okay, indigenous farmer, and her name is Sylvia Kuria. So please welcome her. She comes up. Hey, Kwanza, she's young also. Well done. There was another young farmer somewhere back there. So it's good to see the young farmers. How many young farmers here? Young farmers. Oh. Some of you are not looking very young, but it's okay. Okay. Young at heart. Excellent. Oh, please, yeah, find place. Oh, sorry, I thought you disappeared. Okay. All right. And then the agroecology practitioner, Ferdinand Wafula. Please join us on stage. Where's Ferdinand? There he is. Please give him a round of applause as he comes on stage. So we'll be having a bit of a chat now. We're a smaller group, which is good. That means we can be able to talk a little more. And with the questions, I know there was a question over there. The lady later raised her hand, and we'll be able to take that moving forward. Thank you. All right. So, good, that's nice. You can hear me clearly. Now, one of the things that that I've gotten out of this, Professor Kahumbu, is the fact that the value of farming is only measured by how much money you're making. How much money you are making. Is that the factor of value? Just money? Is that the only factor of value? There's a microphone over there that you could use. And then the other question I had, and I would like to raise this. I'm a farmer, but I do flowers. So I'm excused to ask this question. I'm told that yams and cassava are related. But you find more cassava in West Africa and more yams in East Africa. Is that the truth? And I would like to know whether that is the truth. And you tell us that it gives us memory, and if that is so, can we start a line of yam flour right away so that we can make money? And then I'd like to ask the lady to please ask a question. So you've written. Right. Please ask your question. Are you okay? You have a microphone. You need my microphone.
You want me to answer?
Oh yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, fine. You have to live. You see, we had an economy. We had rich people and poor people. Our currency was goat in our place. So don't let anybody tell you that accumulating wealth or not is a foreign concept. Once we moved into money economy, we had to be up with it or disappear. So if you're a farmer, you have to balance your books. And the big mega farms with their super technology have their problems. I'm told in the United States, California has to keep buying bees because they don't have bees anymore, okay? They keep buying them from the east, so there are problems. But the small farmer is self-sufficient. They have enough food for themselves and their family and to sell. It's the women really who are in charge of food where I come from. And remember, the way our women made sure the family didn't get hungry, they managed it. And like the Greek woman, they practice economia, which is what is economics. So economics comes from the way you ladies manage your household.
So there is, apart from money value, there is other value like keeping the family fed and healthy as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Then about yams. In West African cultures, when you grow up, you mature, you have to plant yams. Once you have planted more than 20 stems or more, you have to pay tax to the yam god. They have yam festivals. They celebrate yam. They are the greatest yam eaters in the world, and the one population in the world which has very little dementia. I've told you, I told you in brief.
Yes, you have.
I had to prove it with lab animals so as to convince people. When I go buying yams, Karatina, where I find some, they are being sold by very old women. The young people don't know the value of yam. They're sold by old women. And when we are having a conversation, this doctor is talking about that he will also speak my lingua. I asked for guajiro, guanaro, mushara, all the various types of yams that we used to have, my parents used to have. People look at me and wonder where I've come from. Survival, our survival does not lie in those things that our young people are listening to all the time. The advice from the West. In any case, if it's music advice, it comes from the bottom of the Western culture. They are school dropouts, but they are fantastic in music. They are very great talent. But they don't have the language, they don't have the sophistication, so what are you going to learn from them? I tell our young people, your colleagues are in Oxford and Cambridge and Harvard and Princeton. Check what your youth in those countries are doing. Those are your colleagues.
I see.
Not people from...
Not the gangster rappers.
Yeah. I used, when those people use that language they use in music, which is very dirty, don't worry, it is not dirty actually. It's just that they don't have language function, full language function.
Exactly.
So they use the one language is basic for vegetative function, which is eating and reproduction. So forget them, they know nothing better, okay?
Professor, cassava and yam, are they related? Cassava and yam.
Cassava and yam. It's true that the West Africans have more cassava. They have more indigenous crops than we have. They are very proud of their culture. The cassava we're having, of course, was brought to us through the Portuguese and so forth.
I see.
But yam was with us.
Yam was always been here.
You're always with us.
Okay. Right.
Maize was brought from the Red Indians. And unfortunately, the white people didn't tell us how maize is eaten. You don't boil maize and eat it. You first boil it in calcium carbonate. We call it nixtamalization. And then you can make dough, like you make from kate for mandazi. And that's how they eat it.
You do
and
what?
It's very rich. You release some proteins, some vitamins, by boiling it in calcium carbonate. It is a source of
calcium carbonate.
Yeah. It's very rich in calcium. They didn't tell us that. And problem is, we take the maize from the field and just boil it, because it was meant for the laborers. It was called posho.
Okay, one thing I would like to say is that you have a lot of colonial, information. And that, by the way, some of you guys, does that really ring a bell? Do you resonate with that? Do you understand that there was powers that controlled everything that happened in Kenya, in Africa? Do you understand that? That made, in fact, it is so prevalent, so strong, that anybody here stands up and tells me their name, it'll probably be an English name. Except Jebet. You get what I'm saying? That's how powerful it is. Your identity is connected to those guys' work. So now we need to really, thank you for bringing that up. I would like the following wonderful ladies and gentlemen to introduce themselves, and then we shall open up to the questions that shall be coming up immediately after this. Forgive me for going straight into my question, but yeah, use the microphone there.
Okay, afternoon everybody.
Afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Sylvia Kuria. I'm a small-scale organic farmer from a dry area in Limuru called Ndeya. Most times when I say Limuru, everyone assumes it's Tigoni.
Yes.
So we actually have a semi-arid area in Limuru called Ndeya, just 40 kilometers from Nairobi. And that's where we're really practicing organic and agroecology and showing that it can work. And I'm also an entrepreneur. We sell our organic produce as well as produce from other small-scale farmers all over the country. And our mission is to make safe, indigenous, organic food affordable and accessible to all Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for her. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Wanjiro Kamau. I guess I'm one of those without an English name.
Oh, well done.
Yes, I'm what you'd call a person who is a policy and advocacy expert, but for purposes of this discussion, I'm very passionate about what you call sustainable approaches to the way we grow our food. And for a long time, I worked with the organic sector, so I've watched Sylvia grow and start her business, and I'm very happy to be part of this forum. But importantly, I'm also a small-scale farmer, but for these purposes, I've come to talk about our concerns on how we are growing food and whether they are going to take us to food sovereignty eventually. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. My name is Ferdinand Wafula. I come from Western Kenya. I work with farmers from an organization called Biogardening Innovations. We are based in Vihiga. We work with farmers in Vihiga and Kakamega. I'm also a trainer and a practitioner of ecological agriculture. And much thanks to the organizers bringing us here to discuss this very important discussion on food, seed, and culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I want to start. Please hold on to the microphone. Hold on to the microphone, Bwana Wafula. I want to start from your side. Now, from where you sit, without being subjudice, from where you sit, is there a threat to the indigenous seeds and the indigenous way of farming when we now start looking at genetically modified organisms?
Yeah, thank you. That's important. I think starting from where Professor has just been sharing here about food and culture, that when we talk about agriculture, there's the culture part. When he was saying, talking about people in West Africa sharing some food with the gods and Thanksgiving and hello.
Requesting for a clarification. Professor Dairo avoided using the term GMO because the matter is in court. Should we continue using it, or should we refer to it as a DNA modification of our crops and seeds? Because the matter is in court, as he said.
Okay, we stand advised. Who can give us advice on that? Anne? Professor?
Shakespearean. A rose by any name is a rose.
Okay, thank you. All
But
right.
since it is sub judice, we are not going to get into that area. So
Okay.
we just avoid it. Sub judice.
Okay, all right.
A rose by any name is a rose.
So,
So we understand what we're talking about. Okay,
thank you for that point of information, and thank you, Professor, for providing that guide. There is culture when we talk about our food. And just before we started this session here, we had that song, Orihwebwa Ingombe. And the people in Western Kenya, this is a song from Western Kenya. When they are singing this to the bridegroom, they would pick flowers and throw at them, signifying the new life. And they would also have simsim, and they would throw along the road as they would be escorting the bride to their new home. And this would grow and would sprout. Simsim was a sign of fertility. So there is culture in food, and there's food in our culture. So when we're talking about introducing other foods that are not part of our culture, then our identity will be affected. That is very important. And our culture gives us identity. And that is very, very, very important to know where we are coming from and where we are going.
Thank you very much. Very well.
Let-
That
let
deserves
me-
a clap, don't you think?
Let me add a comment. Our young people love chips, okay? Potato chips. It doesn't matter what kind of whatever potato chips. Potato chips, okay? Now, when somebody discovered that if you deep fry potatoes, you produce a carcinogen. WHO went into panic, they called the whole world together because the food industry depends on potato chips. So the carcinogen, though, you can cool it a bit by adding a lot of ketchup, but not raw potato, but ketchup. So some of the routes taken by some non-Africans are not based on African culture. African culture, you can contribute to your neighbor who is ill to live longer just so that you can see him. As happened with HIV, it's not time to tell the whole story. But when I ask a very senior person from one of the European countries, head of health, why don't you control hard alcohol? Why do you let people drink anyhow? And it's the greatest cause of morbidity, road accidents, and so forth. He said, and he's a doctor like me. He said, no, we won't. They'll live too long, and they'll be a burden to the state.
They'll live too long and they'll be a burden to the state. So your long life is your responsibility. In other words. Okay, thank you. Yes, Wanjiru, tell us what your position is from where you are in terms of what do indigenous seeds and indigenous methods have to offer that make it more appreciated or better than anything new that is coming.
Thank you. I think I would like us to start from what is the globally accepted definition of food security. And according to the FAO or the UN Food Summit, where people agreed that food security exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet not only their dietary needs, that's the globally accepted, not only their dietary needs, but also food preferences for an active and healthy life. So
sufficient,
safe, and nutritious. Food. Not only for dietary needs, but also food preferences. So we must, whenever we are bringing in a technology, we must ask, is it bringing food in sufficient quantities? Is it safe? Is it nutritious? Does it go against our food preferences? So these are all questions that we need to interrogate when we promote a technology. So for me, and now that we came prepared for one thing and we are finding a different thing on the floor, one of the challenges I have with this technology being promoted, and no naming names, is the issue of safety. Is at the core. Is this food safe for us to eat and the future generations? And when we hear what globally established scientists are saying, people like Pushtai, you can Google people like, I know it's controversial, but people like Seralini, all these people are people who have poked holes, scientists like Judy Kaman, they are people who have poked holes on issues of safety. So for us, I think we have a key interest in working with what we know, and our indigenous food, to all extents, give us safe, give us nutritious, give us sufficient food, and are good for our food preferences and dietary needs. And our focus should be there. But importantly, the seed sector only controls less than 20% of the seed, the formal seed sector. Formal means the seed sector as we know it. So 80% of the seed that we use for farming actually comes from smallholder farmers. And that actually, in my opinion, should be the formal seed sector, because most of us are growing seed from smallholder farmers. Why isn't it given the recognition, the support it needs for it to thrive and for us to have diverse diets? I'll give you an example. We have a blending policy that says we should blend our flour, particularly wheat flour and maize flour, so that we address the nutritional challenges we have as Kenyans. But to date, we still only eat 100% maize flour. Why aren't you blending it with sorghum or millets or cassava or yam? Think about the impact it would have on the value chain. Smallholder farmers growing yam and cassava, many of them would be lifted out, additional incomes in their pockets. Good food for Kenyans would have small deficiencies you have in nutrition would be addressed. So I think I see a bigger hand playing into us not embracing our indigenous food, because it not only addresses the sufficiency issue, the food preferences, the safety, all those things are solved by our indigenous seeds and our indigenous foods. Thank you.
Wanjiro, you have said something important, that 70% of seed is actually done by small-scale farmers.
80%.
80%.
Yes.
80%.
Less than 20% comes from the formal seed system as we know it.
So it's something we've taken for granted.
Yes. Okay. It's only that it's not been recognized, it's not been highlighted, the importance is not shared. But 80% of our seed actually comes from smallholder seed systems or farmer-managed seed systems.
Okay. Professor really wants to say something.
I told him I'm a son of a peasant farmer. They better not recognize those seeds, because if they do, you'll be breaking the law. The seed companies have pushed laws all over the world saying that you can't sell seed unless you are a registered seed producer. To be a registered food producer, you need millions of dollars, because you have to go nitrogen, liquid nitrogen storage, gene pools, etc., etc., etc. And I tried to talk to my colleagues in agriculture, because I had many. They didn't see anything wrong with adopting a law which is going to criminalize our people. So I hope from this forum we find a way of making sure, legalizing what is happening.
That's a very important point you have made there, that we need to legalize selling of seed by small-scale farmers. Okay, that must be repertoire there. That's an important point.
Let us get derailed by...
Thank you, Dr. I'd like Sylvia to say something.
I'm just going to say, my friend studied zoo animals. Buffaloes, which are fed on hay.
Fed on hay.
Antelope. They all die of coronary heart disease. He studied the same animals in the wild. They don't get
Coronary heart disease.
So even hay is a strange part of diet. They're supposed to be feeding on wild plants. So this debate is not what people want it to be. It is very simple and basic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Sylvia, you are a small-scale farmer. Yeah. Do you, first of all, do you have your own seeds? Do you do your own seeds? And what are you making of all this discussion?
I think for me, like we also train farmers on our farms, and one thing that comes out for me is freedom. So far, I feel like we're already slaves in a way, because when it rains, the neighbors you haven't seen, all of us meet at the agrovet or the seed shop, because that's where we are going for our livelihoods. We have to go buy our seeds and bring it back. And I think the alternative system that is being proposed, it's difficult for us to keep remembering how to say it, is actually going to make us into worse prisoners. Because right now, I save my own seed, and especially when it comes to the indigenous foods that we're growing, we're able to save our own seed for sweet potatoes, for cassava, for the indigenous vegetables, for beans, and even for the maize. we actually save our own seeds and we're able to grow our own food, which actually means we actually have the freedom to decide what we're going to grow, what we're going to eat, when we're going to eat it, how we're going to eat it. But you see, all that is going to be taken away from us, because then it's going to be patented. Then you cannot be able to use it in a particular form or fashion, or you have to grow it in this particular way. And then you're going to have a loss of diversity. And with loss of diversity, as Ferdinand was saying, is a loss of culture. And like when you think about it, like if you just look at the children in Nairobi, I always ask this question. How many children in Nairobi, if you're to bring them here to the stage and show them cassava, you show them sorghum, show them millet, show them the leaf of a sweet potato, how many will be able to identify it?
Even I will not be able to identify
Oh,
it.
why? You see, we actually at a very big loss, because we are going to lose our culture. We really have to fight. We really must be bold and to fight so that we can actually be able to gain back our freedom. And I just feel that if the alternative way wins, then we are going to lose our freedom. We are going to be prisoners. Even right now, we are already somehow prisoners to the seed companies, but it's going to be actually worse. We'll be prisoners, won't be able to choose what we're eating. And also, let me just say something about, let me mention something my sister here said, Wanjiro, about the indigenous foods. There's a time at our shop, we stocked cassava flour. Do you know how we struggled to sell that flour? We made it as affordable as it could be, but nobody was buying it. Nobody was buying cassava flour. Now we are starting to sell sorghum, we are starting to sell a bit of millet, but we all have to change. All our mindsets have to change. How many of us, how many mothers in this room are actually feeding their children cassava, millet, sorghum? How many are we? In fact, okay, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but because I'm really learning how to feed my children well, the first time my children actually saw, the white hostess ugali flour, they actually saw it last year. And my children were in the age between 13 and 10 years old. And they asked me, Mommy, why is this ugali so white? Because they had never seen, because we eat the kisiagi one, the one that is milled, they take sorghum, they take millet. And when they tasted the hostess, they were like, it's not even tasty. Because we are even spoiling our children's palate. That's why they like chips, they like pizza. But if you bring children, sometimes even some people say, my children don't eat the indigenous terere. Don't give us the red terere, like watakata. I know it's not good. So we really have to change the systems to make sure that we don't lose our culture.
The communication is really getting hot. I can see, okay, we'll go back that way.
Yeah.
But I was just going to say, yesterday I ate a tap. And how many of you know what a tap is? A tap is a mix, it's a blended flour of millet and muhogo. Let me tell you, the stomach felt like I was in heaven. Really, you just try it and you let me know, you give me that feedback. It's so much different than when you eat chips, and particularly when you eat flour. Chapo makes your stomach uncomfortable. But this one, a tap, tranquil. Okay. Millet and muhogo.
Before I proceed, I must say, my family is a great fan of your program, Foods of Kenya.
Thank you.
We love it, even you.
Thank you.
So great work you're doing there. Continue doing it. But
I thought you'd clap for me.
Yeah, clap for him.
I'm
Yes.
documenting this
Yes,
traditional food.
You are, and you are doing excellent work and making it interesting in the process.
Thank you.
I want to just support what Sylvia was saying. I was involved in just last month in a training of university students who are doing agriculture or agriculture-related sciences. And I asked them, they were a class of about 30, and I asked them how many of them know what yam is. I think I got 2 people in a class of 30 third and fourth year university students doing agriculture. The rest don't know what yam is. They had no idea. So I said the next time I'm having that training, I'm going with yam to that class. So you're right that our children don't know about these indigenous foods.
Thank you.
To sell our food to our younger generation, let's give them the facts. If you start eating yam at 40, tissue culture shows that the chemical I told you, diosgenin, stops you getting prostate cancer, colon cancer, leukemia, lung cancer. If you live in Ukambani or the coast where you have the sour custard apple, you won't die of breast cancer, or pancreas cancer, or liver cancer. In fact, this fruit, although it has side effects which doctors know, so they'll know what to do about it, it is 10,000 times more effective for breast cancer than chemotherapy.
What fruit is that again?
It's called, you know, custard apple? Yeah, the
Matomoko.
sour one.
The sour matomoko.
Sour custard apple. You find it in Ukambani, you find it in Kilifi.
Mnajua matomoko?
You find it anywhere the Portuguese passed because it came from, it's indigenous South Africa, South
Europe.
America, South America.
South America.
So you find in West Africa. In fact, the other day there was a lot of interest by Nigerians and so forth. They asked me about it. I gave them a photograph of a bottle of capsules of graviola, that's what they call it, and my little graviola plant growing at home in Nairobi.
So I have exactly 10 minutes left. So I know Wafula has got something to say.
Thank you. I have three key points I want to raise in relation to food, in relation to seed, in relation to the knowledge and the practice on ecological farming. And when we see some of these seeds here, I mean, this is maize, and we see them in different color. And color has meaning in science.
Oh.
Yeah? That we have our engineers. If you will allow me to call some of our pollinators our engineers, and that's how nature works. That if today I'm growing this yellow, and tomorrow the same field I'm also growing red, and I'm also growing white, I will have a mixture of this. And as Professor said, this is just basic science. This is just high school science about breeding. That when pollination takes place, we have this mixture. And that's how nature works. Our bees, our butterflies, our birds, they do that for us. We don't pay them. And while they are doing that, that is also part of their food. For example, pollen. Pollen is food for the bees. So we are enabling nature to function the way it's supposed to function. So if we introduce other foreign materials, it's not just about our food, it's also about affecting how we are going to affect nature. That nature, we don't know how nature is going to be affected. We don't know how those ecosystem services are going to function. That is one point. The second point, our mothers, especially in Western Kenya, have a lot of knowledge on how they wean their children. At the age of 6 months, they will start introducing their children to some light food, and that is normally porridge. I thank you because what you ate yesterday was from our stand actually. It was 4 in 1, 3 in 1. Today we have fermented variety.
I'm coming for it.
The porridge. So they knew that sorghum mixed with the millet has iron, which is good for babies, for their vitamin A. Why should we even have the fortified stuff while we can have a variety of these from our foods? I mean, this is just very basic. In Western Kenya, there is a certain recipe of food we call ebitata, and we've been displaying and showing them here. And thank you for the organizers who brought Professor here, because he's enlightening us on some of the knowledge that is already existing there. And I think we just like to confirm that indeed this is true. So there is a mixture of ripened banana that is mixed with sorghum and millet, so that it's made into a dough, and then it's wrapped in banana leaves and steamed. You just eat very little of that and get your stomach is filled. And this is knowledge that is available, and these are some of the practices that we feel need to be taken up by the young people and by all of us as food. And the last point on what farmers have been preserving, there are about four varieties I know from Western Kenya. There could be many others of the yams. The cocoa yam, the one that produces from the sides. And we also have the climbing yam, or the aerial yam. And we have two other varieties. One is purple, another one is just green. That I found some farmers in Western, in Emuhaya especially, and parts of Kakamega keeping. And they were always saying, these are some of the foods that we were eating during the dry seasons, because they would grow in chemchemi areas, and they would, during the dry, that is the time that people would always look for this wild stuff. And because they actually grew in the riverine ecosystems, and they were not farming. Our parents and grandparents were not farming along those areas. So these are the practices, the ecosystem, restoration of our ecological systems, that this is what needs to be taken up. This is what needs to be promoted. This is what needs to be recognized in our policy, so that we can save our race from extinction.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause for that very nice statement. Now, I'm going to take a few questions. You've basically had the scope, and we've gone a bit wide and tried to go a little deep as well. So I want to find out if there are any questions that we can field. You have one. You had one, yes. Those are two already. Put your hand up now so that I might know. One other one there. And one at the back, the gentleman at the back. Oh, and another lady over there. Sylvia, your friend has come with you, eh? Yeah, you can say. Okay, so we'll go in that order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Daniel Makayo from Seaford, Kenya. I have an addition. Okay, just from what Sylvia is telling us, and how she struggled to sell cassava flour. I think in Kenya, it is hard to be a farmer. It is a thankless job. So we as civil organizations, I think there is a cap, and we should have to feed the public, our communities, with the information that indigenous food is the way we should go. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That's a very important point, and we'll need to talk about that. What is the strategy to get the information out to the public? Because if we can tell somebody chips can kill you, but a yam a day keeps the doctor away. Yeah, that kind of thing. And you mind a lot, exactly. Sorry, he's got the microphone. Go ahead, young lady.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Alice Kemto from Consumer Grassroots Association. I was actually supposed to be in that panel, but I realized there were only enough seats for those panelists.
Oh, I was told you were not around. Yes. Sorry about that.
Wow. I just wanted to add on what our panelists they've been doing a very good job from the first day up to today. But there are areas that we've noticed and areas of concern from a consumer perspective. And one of the areas that we've realized from the first day to today is that there's a knowledge gap between farmers and consumers, and also between academia and consumers. And also the third one, sadly, between government institutions and consumers. And yet, all that is being discussed here is meant for the final or end user, and that is a consumer, you and I. We all qualify to be consumers, but not everyone here can represent you, or you can't represent yourself. So since we have that knowledge gap, and we have very able professors and doctors in the house, you've written good materials, Where are they? Who are you doing that for? How can we get it trickled down to that common person so that we can make our decisions, the rightful decisions? Because Article 46 of the Constitution protects us as consumers. Article 43, 1C of the Constitution gives us a right to food of reasonable quality, quantity, and also that food has to be nutritious and safe at the same time. So we need that knowledge to come down to us. Secondly, because I was not in the panel, what I want to highlight, first of all, I want to encourage and we want to appreciate the 80% farmers, smallholder farmers that are feeding Kenya. In fact, if we can share that information, because if consumers refuse to buy your food, where are you going to sell it? If we share that information, we can turn the tables upside down. If you work closely, you as farmers, us as consumer representatives and also consumers, if we work closely, we will turn the tables upside down and ensure that government listens to us. We are looking forward to a country where consumers will be the subjects and not the objects. And this is where we want to get to. And we can only achieve this if we work closely. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the mentorship program and also the hand of the multinational companies on our country. As farmers, would also want to encourage you to mentor young people so that we have continuity in the production of indigenous food. And the hand of the multinationals on our country is really becoming too heavy now for consumers, and especially those consumers of organic food. Somebody said that you shouldn't use the word GMO. Allow me to use it because I take responsibility as an individual. Whoever wants to come after me, he can come after me. So I take responsibility as an individual. So GMOs are here in this country because of the hand of the multinationals. You realize that even some departments in this country, agriculture to be in particular, whenever they want to have a forum, they are funded by those companies. So whoever funds you, you have to dance to their tune. And that's why we are being affected. And that's where we are now becoming a yes chorus nation. And I believe we are going to stand firm as consumers and say no to GMOs in this country. You can clap again. I love claps. Thank you.
You have scratched to it itching.
Yes, and finally, just a little bit about Consumer Grassroots Association. We are not very young, but we are the youngest, I think, among all the consumer organizations. The first consumer organization was formed before independence, that in the 1950s. And the last one, I believe, is us, Consumer Grassroots Association, as per today. Maybe tomorrow there'll be many. As an organization, we realized there was a gap of information, and this gap was really felt by the grassroots consumers. And that's why we formed, we came up with Consumer Grassroots Association to share knowledge, to share, to be a link between the consumers and government, consumers and other stakeholders. And we have done quite a bit of work. If you go to our website, you can find this book, this booklet. It's Food Safety in Kenya from a consumer perspective. You can have a look at it, read, and get to understand. Why are we doing this? We are trying to address the knowledge gap I talked about, because the academia have their own materials, but we don't have any material that has been produced from a consumer perspective. And the second publication that is coming out next week is agroecology from a consumer perspective. So that when you're talking about agroecology, it's not those big terms that are being used in the lecture halls or the boardroom meetings, but it has been simplified for a consumer to understand, so that when we go to the market, we can make choices that are beneficial to us because we have a right of choice, but we need also information for us to make that choice. So those are just a bit of the contributions. I'm really sorry I've taken long, Mr. Moderator,
You've done well.
but I really appreciate it.
Done well.
Thank you so much.
One question before you give the microphone away. You said the gaps are academic consumer, government consumer, and what is the other gap?
Farmer consumer.
Farmer consumer, all right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We had a lady here, and then we go to the two ladies over there. Was that you who had a question?
My name is...
It's good to stand. It's so good to stand. People want to see you.
My name is Virginia Wanjiro. You pointed out currently we are at 80-20 ratio of using informal and formal seeds. My question is, going to the future, are we going to a ratio where we are having 90-10 or it's 70-30? Kindly talk on that.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
You said your name is? Wajiro. Okay. Thank you. So note that question. All right. And the question, you had your hand up. Yes, there we go. And then finally there. I'm seeing you putting your hand up now. Have you just walked in?
Which one do you pick?
This lady in white blouse. Who very careful about terms. You're very careful about terms. Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a health educator.
Okay.
I'm also an author and an activist.
No
On health
wonder.
matters and
Okay.
human rights also. Yeah, and I'm Emily Mkomunene. If you just walked in, I'll just give a very few contribution to this. First of all, on disfiguration of the DNA of the crops and the foods. A very simple example. Maybe professor will correct me because I'm not a scientist expert. But when we say we are disfiguring the formula or we are disfiguring the DNA of something, I want to give a very simple example, and I'll still use almost the same example I used before. Imagine in the disfiguration of the crop, the originality of it. It's like, I feel my womb is not able to carry a baby, and my husband wants a baby. So what he does, and because we have cows and goats, we take his semen and we put it in a goat. What are we going to produce? Is it a goat or a human being? We don't know, isn't it? And that goat will not be able to carry the pregnancy to the full term that a goat normally carries. It might carry it for longer because for human being it's 9 months. For goats, I'm not sure. So that whatever product would have come from that goat, are we going to eat it as an animal or as a human being? Is it good for our health? It's not good for our health, much as it has been given birth by a goat. So we say no to the term or what they want to introduce to us. That's what I wanted to say. The other thing is, my colleague there has talked about breeding or blending of the foods. Blending is you mix them together, but we can do safe blending of if you're doing maize and you want to do it with cassava and sweet potatoes. Remember, these are all carbohydrates and their cooking durations are different. So don't go and get them blended when they're already mixed in the same pot. So no, if maize takes longer and you want to make your ugali or your uji with it, you start with the maize, then go to the next one. Mix it after the maize has boiled a bit, then the other one. That one will save you a lot of stomach problems and diseases like cancers of the colon because of indigestion and fermentation of the food that is not properly digested. Then my last point is let's take time to understand the laws that are being brought to us. Ministry of Agriculture, a big challenge, and agricultural students who are here, and the organizations who are talking about the seeds. Let's not run out of ideas by introducing destructive methods in the name of either arresting hunger or controlling drought. This country is very rich. We can be able to have crops growing anywhere, everywhere, anytime. We want to go on crops as they grow to their full maturation. If it takes 6 months, 3 months, that's the crop we want to eat. We don't want a quick term solution because that means our lifespans will also be shortened. So that is a challenge to you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for her. Finally.
Thank you. I feel like part of my question was already answered by
You can
very
introduce
nice
yourself
lady
also.
over there. Oh, sorry. My name is Val. Maneki knows me as Ngena. We used to work with him a long time ago. What I'd like to do, okay, since most of my questions have been answered, is maybe probably just challenge the farmers, the civil society organizations that are here, the farmer groups. We know the 4 big industries that are affecting the indigenous seed industry. It's the big pharmaceuticals, the big tobacco, big agribusiness, and the fast food industry. I'm very sure Dr. Ari here will agree, Professor will agree with me here. And realizing that 80% of what is being called the informal sector is the one that feeds this entire nation, I think that we are the majority. We are truly the majority. Why can't we form one big group of farmers that can stand up to these people, to the government, to the big industries, and to get these things out of the country? I don't want to go into details about what it is. Get our indigenous foods back on the front line. Why can't we just get together, get these groups, get the farmers registered, have all these groups together so that we can go to the government and get to dictate the policies that we're talking about here. Get our voices heard, because as we've seen, some of us are now going into farming. The young people are now going into farming. COVID pushed a lot of us out of the workforce and into the farming industry. So we have the knowledge, we have the power, we have the drive. Why can't we do it?
Thank you for the challenge. Round of applause for her. Thank you very much, Val. Now, there's something that...
Sorry, Mr. Moniki, I've
Yes.
been asked to ask you to give a chance to a certain lady by the name Mishi, who runs an organic restaurant, to ask a question.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So Mishi,
I don't know whether she
raise
is-
her hand. Oh, she's
Oh, yeah,
right at
she's
the
in.
back. Okay. So before as you get there, let me just say something. It seems like there's a lot of information that is in the brains of great people. Dr. Maundu, Dr. Amudavi, Dr. Oulu, and others over here, including even Paris. There's a lot of knowledge that is there that is not getting to us, the consumer, the final consumer. And not only us, I mean the mass consumer. And I'm glad that the person talking next is does food production so that people can eat food. And she's going to tell us whether that is one of the solutions that we should be looking at. Is there a way, as we've been challenged, for us to have a voice, an organization that organizes together for the betterment and for the benefit of Kenyans? Is there a way that we can do that? Is there a way to get that information out? Apart from they're doing publications, but are those going to get to everybody? Do people read in Kenya? Do people read in Kenya? First of all, let's start there. Do they? Really? They do? Okay, yeah. Can we get this information out? Is there a strategy? And I would like you to think about that, because in your closing remarks, I would like you to come up with a strategy. What do you think the strategy should be? Please go ahead, Madam, and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Miriam Nabakwe. I own a restaurant called Kenyeji Store. It's near Yaya Center.
I have eaten there.
Thank you very much. Now, this started way back. I used to work from the house, and I started doing traditional vegetables, and I used to ensure that they're purely organic and sourced from organic sources. And so I took up the challenge to make sure I get my vegetables straight from the village, which I realized along the way that there's a very big difference with the traditional vegetables that are gotten from back in the village and the ones that are grown by modified seed. There's a very different taste among the different vegetables. So my business started just for vegetables only, of which I was able to combine like 18 different types of traditional vegetables. I started selling from that, and then through that I started now showcasing my food, like trying to show my customers, like, after I've made this food, this is how it's supposed to end at your table. And now, besides the vegetables, I started introducing now the protein items. Remember how our grandmothers made food? The meats were smoked, the chicken was smoked, and the fat that you use for making that beef, it's with its own fat. Yes. The chicken, the same way. And then traditional mushrooms, we put in like the termites. I come from Western Kenya, so we have a rich food heritage. And so I decided to be getting my food mostly from there, of which now we've started introducing other things like mursik, you know, the purely traditional food, done the traditional way. And now the challenge was that, you see, when grandmother made her beef, it usually used to smoke at the fireplace. Now we are in the city. So I call myself like I'm bringing a village experience to the city. So I've tried my level best to work very hard and make sure that I have a central production kitchen whereby I am able to practice the way that food was made traditionally and make sure that I don't compromise any standards. And so I was very happy when I saw, actually I just came to attend the exhibition out there to see what is happening, what's going on, because I have a passion for that. And one of my retirement projects is to be a trainer, to set up a training school so that we can transfer this information to the next generation. And also come up with a channel whereby, which I'm working on and I'm about to finish, whereby I teach the recipes of how to make this food. And so coming here, I want to network. That's number one, because I believe in organic traditional food, and that's what I'm doing, that's my line. Secondly, I would also love to network with farmers who are doing pure organic food, like the vegetables. I'm the person to go to supply, because I'm getting a lot of those, and sometimes I reject some because they are not right, and I won't take it, because I have to stick to my concept. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Michil. I just want to give a seal of approval from my point of view, which is very important, I think, because I'm a foodie. I have eaten your mito, and I love it. All right. Now, that gentleman, you'll talk to us, please. Give us a chance to be able to close up. Then we'll be able to have a chance with you a little later on, if you don't mind. Is it something completely different from what has been said? Yeah, I know, but has it been answered already? Okay.
So, good morning.
Afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, I'm sorry. I'm Karanja Amwangi, and it's a pleasure to be amongst this group. Very great pleasure to be addressed by Sylvia's Basket. And my question is, what do we propose as the way forward to safeguard our food sovereignty that is going to include even the small-scale farmer, not necessarily the small-scale farmer, but including the young person like me that doesn't have a farm? Or do we propose something that I can do, my fellow students can do, to safeguard our food sovereignty beyond the farm, beyond the consumer?
Food sovereignty. Thank you very much, Bana Kamau. Thank you very much. All right. The ball back is here, and you've got 1 minute each. Okay, 1.5 minutes each. Starting with Bana Wafula. Give him the microphone, please. Then we come this way.
So thank you. I think this has been an important gathering, and I think as part of way forward, I would propose that for each one of us here, we have many networks and forums where we can learn, share, and exchange. We've great minds here in this country. We've academicians here. Dr. Amdavi worked on a technology called push-pull, I think through ISIPE. And this is something ecological, how we can control the stock borers. We need to have that reading culture among the young people. Dr. Maundu produced this book, Trees of Kenya, and I use that to teach farmers because it has the traditional name of a tree and its uses, medicinal value, and all that. So I think let us, the young people, apart from just engaging in agriculture and learning, let us develop the skill and the reading habit. I think a lot is published also on the internet. And like what Professor has had here, I think I'm glad to have been part of this discussion here, because I'm going to Google that and I'm going to read what he has produced. So I think this is part of way forward, that if we have this kind of gathering on an annual basis, and we also join those other networks that are also providing this kind of learning and education and interactions, I think we'll be making a big step moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, way forward. I was asking my colleagues from other continents, why are you stressing girl-child education? Then I noticed something funny. They want our girls to reach high school But they don't want to produce Wangari Maathais. You know, highly educated women. I expected, for example, women's university to have very huge number of scholarships offered by these people who like women to be educated. I was told because when they reach high school, they accept family planning, period. If you want change, educate our women. I'm not burdening you. I'm telling you, I'm not burdening you. I'm saying, the English said a long time ago, if you educate a man, you educate an individual. If you educate a woman, you educate the whole family. Food, what you eat, what you don't eat, it's your mom who tells you. I saw the war in my own family. I used to like soft-boiled eggs, milk cream. My wife can't stand them. By and by, my sons grew up to care of me. Dad, when you're eating this thing, can you sit at a different table? And that was the end of my enjoyment of soft-boiled eggs. So it's the women, and women. You are the people who continue the human race. Without going into details, one woman is worth over 60,000 men. In another forum, I'll explain what I mean by that. Okay? And remember, we are mostly our moms because the male egg is so small, is about small, the female egg is over 2 million times the size of a man, so of the male one. So remember, all our energy, all our mitochondria come from our moms. Even the Moran or whoever, or the runner, those muscle and all cell energy units called mitochondria, they come from a mom.
Wamama hoye! I'm glad you know.
So, without you, we get finished, okay? Let me say the last thing about that. In the First World War, they took 60% of all the youth from central Kenya.
How many percent?
60% by force. Only 10% came back. And I hear we are still a tyranny of numbers. If they had taken the women, we would be one of the minorities, okay? So women, don't say you're being overburdened. You play a very key role in our upbringing. You teach us how to speak. Your brain is larger than mine for speech by 20%, sometimes some areas 28%. So you have a special role. We educate our girls to love indigenous food. And also we challenge those of you who are in that profession to make our indigenous food tasty. The other thing, look at what the Mexican ambassador said lastly. Maize, as we eat it, is waste of nutrient. 3,500 years ago, the Red Indians discovered not only maize, but nixtamalization. That is, soaking and then cooking it with calcium carbonate. We must learn to nixtamalize, because it's our staple, but it's not as nutritious as should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. You know, you said the ladies have got 20% more words than you, so please don't take that 20%.
Thank you. We need to learn in our local context. I know calcium carbonate is lime. Is that lime? You need to educate us. What is, how we can prepare the maize. Anyway, I want to answer one question about the 80-20 and is it going to change? If we are not careful, the formal seed system is continuously eating into the farmer managed seed system. You only need to tune in into any of the vernacular radio stations to know. Tune in any morning between the hours of 6 and 10. They have taken up the radio airtime space in vernacular radio stations. Either they are selling a type of seed or a type of chemical. And therefore, if we don't stand up as Kenyan consumers, as Kenyan farmers, and say and own our space and get our seed from our farmers, Increasingly, we are going to find less and less of our seed comes from farmer managed seed systems. We have to own that space. And the reason they are doing that is because they want to take over corporate control of seed. If you look at who owned seed many years ago, there were about 400 small organizations all producing one type of seed or another. But now seed is owned in most of the seed. I think 60% of the global seed is owned by just 4 companies. They control most of the seed. Just 4 companies in the world control all the seed we see in the market. So that tells you it's going to come, and that came from 6. So it's becoming fewer and fewer because they are merging and becoming bigger and bigger corporate companies. So, and what that means is that it's also going to influence who owns the seed. Who owns the seed and the cost of seed. I heard the other day one of the seed varieties for cotton in Kenya, improved cotton in quotes in Kenya, the county government is buying for the farmers and giving to the farmers. So if a individual farmer wants to buy that improved cotton seed, where do they get it? So there is corporate control and corporate power of our seed. But finally, as I conclude, when we look at the issue of our food preferences, seed is at the heart of it. Seed is the beginning of life. Farmers have owned seed for over 5,000, 10,000 years. And they never charge you rights, intellectual property rights, because they've nurtured the seed and improved the seed over time. So we must maintain ownership of seed as farmers. Number 2, seed is sacred. Seed is not agribusiness. It's our culture, it's our food, it's our sovereignty. So we must stop this thing of corporate power of our seed and commercialization of our seed and protect our seed. Even the small varieties are important. Seeds at the heart of our food sovereignty. Without variety of seed, without diverse seed, it affects even our resilience. How we eat our food of the future, the kind of foods we eat is going to be controlled by the type of seeds we have in the market. And finally, and if you remember nothing else from what I said, he who controls seed controls your food. If you let someone else control yours and controls your life, if we let that seed be owned by corporates, by other people, and have no control of our seed, they will influence what you eat today and your children and your children's children. Thank you.
I just want to summarize that, and you can follow me if you want to follow me. It's neo-colonialism.
Yes, and I'm with my sister here, Wanjiro, because I only have 2 points to share as we wind up. In mine, I've got them from the actions, from the press statement. I don't know if anyone has read it. Did you guys read those papers? You have to read and know what we have said. So one of the things that they have said is local food production at local level. And, maybe just to answer my brother up there on what can we do, how can we be able to bring people together and actually come and make a choice. And it may be very difficult. Can you imagine even just trying to herd all of us here to actually come up with something and agree might be difficult. But can we make this convention different so that when we come out of here, we're going to go out here and actually make a choice to fight with our forks. I always say, fight with your fork. If every one of us are going to walk out of this place and say, if not anything, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to eat indigenous food. You actually have a choice as a young person. When you go do your shopping, you don't have to eat other things. You can actually say, which you're welcome to, come to Sylvia's Basket and say, do you have cassava flour? Do you have sorghum? Do you have this and the other? Sweet potatoes. Sometimes we even bring cassava and people don't buy now the whole cassava. We have to really struggle to tell people, there's cassava today, please carry and go boil at home. But we can fight with our forks. We can make that action. And if each of us make that choice and share the gospel out there with the others, then we'll make sure that you actually have local production at the local level increasing. And number 2, when you talk about empowerment of farmers, there's another action point there. Empowerment of farmers through freedom to buy, to share, and sell their seed. Many times, and this is not bad, but I just wish that when we have these panel discussions, when we have these conferences, why don't we have 3, 4 farmers on the stage? Why is it most times in these panel discussions there's one farmer? Exactly, which is fine. But when you go to like different forums and conferences, farmers are always the minority. And what we are doing in our village here in Deya, I welcome you all to come and visit. We are working with our local farmers, and what we are doing is we are getting into policy. Do you know, I'm educating my neighbors, the local women, and teaching them what is policy. How do you involve into policy? Of course, now we are starting to work with the county government. And we're telling them there's something called county integrated development plans. You can actually contribute and say, as a farmer in Deya, this is what I would like to be included in the plans. There are 5 years. Imagine if your voice is not put there. If actually we're not able to put our leaders to task, at what point will our voices ever be put in place? So we keep talking about the gap between science and practice, you know, the gap between policy and practice, but farmers have to stand up and be bold, you know, like we had someone here in the panel who said we have to be bold. Let's be bold, let's get our voice out, and let's fight with our forks.
Absolutely. Fight with your fork. Fight with your? Yeah, absolutely. Go out there and fight with your forks. Thank you very much. I've just received a book. Are you selling this? Okay. The doctor must be crazy. Don't say anything else. That's it. The doctor must be crazy. So if you eat well, you will not see the doctor. It's as simple as that, I think. I mean, unless other things happen. But yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think you've been very wonderful. We've not scratched the surface. I know you wanted to go deeper, but I think what we've gotten has told us that we must do something more than what we are doing right now. And I think you guys have also been very good with your questions. God bless each and every one of you. My name is Mwaniki Mageria, and I bring you Foods of Kenya.
Let us all appreciate Mr. Mwaniki and the panelists. I think we can give them a better appreciation than that. That is Mwaniki Mageria, Bwana Wafula, asanteni sana. Now we're going to break shortly for lunch. We've already eaten into our lunch time. And maybe what we do is that we shall try and do maybe 30 minutes of our lunch time, and then we come back for the afternoon session. Our DJ will continue with some songs about the seed, indigenous food, and all that.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia. Ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianga na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi. in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Route to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drumhead. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Route to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mbuga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia. Ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impacts significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impacts significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena ina taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia. Ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality, and diversity impacts significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia. Ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianga na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena ina taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiki. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena ina taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiki. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality quality and diversity impacts significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
On withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena ina taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya. together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, and toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya nayo. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and resources-oriented development initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, and toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hiyo. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyzed all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga ingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hii. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, food and heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have called on and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga ingine tena. Na utaenda kwa sukuma, na utaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tu kwa hii. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability, quality and diversity impact significantly on communities' climate resilience, women empowerment, as well as on food and nutritional security. The Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair aims at stimulating debate, creating an understanding and appreciation of farmer-managed seed systems and their contribution to food and nutrition security. Join us as we celebrate our Indigenous seeds, Food and Heritage this October the 12th, 13th and 14th, 2022 at the National Museums of Kenya, Nairobi, in the build-up to this year's World Food Day to be celebrated on the 17th of October, 2022.
Culture is very important in raising issues and bringing back our local indigenous seed varieties, which are very important for nutrition and food security. The other issue that we are looking at are the threats to our food systems and our seed systems. For example, genetically modified organisms, which we do not believe are the answer for food security. We are also petitioners in the petition that was taken to Parliament on withdrawal of toxic pesticide in Kenya, together with Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya, the Root to Food Initiative, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and Resources-Oriented Development Initiatives. As a result, in 2020, the Health Committee of Parliament, led by Honorable Sabina Chega, issued a statement for the Pest Control and Products Board to work together with the petitioners and together with the other regulatory agencies for the withdrawal of these products that are causing cancer, mutagenicity, toxicity, and also causing challenges with the production. We have gone ahead and worked with local Kenyan scientists from the University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta University, and medical doctors, and analyze all these toxic ingredients that are in our food products, that are in our chemicals in the country, and have issued a dossier which we have given to PCPB to withdraw these toxic pesticides from the Kenyan market.
Kenya is home to a rich diversity of indigenous seeds. For millions of years, the local communities have carefully bred and selected seeds from crops for their subsequent planting seasons. As custodians of not only indigenous seeds but also an infinite seed knowledge, our communities are well deserved for the development of farmer-managed seed systems with suitable adaptations to varied environmental conditions.
Nini matawi ya pumpkin ukipika inakuanga mzuri tena na taste vizuri sana. Unachukua mchicha kidogo unachanganya naye. Hautakula mboga nyingine tena. Na hutaenda kwa sukuma, na hutaenda kwa drum head. Utakuwa tuko hivi. Sasa ndio mboga utapandaka ati ni sukuma yako. Na kunde pia. Ndio mboga yetu kuanza samani, washosho wetu walianza na hii.
Seed availability, vitality, accessibility, affordability.
Say that on my side. I have been a participant the much I can, but I think I can for sure say that I have learned a lot. And even now, as we go to session 8, which is way forward and closing, I'm not a very good footballer. I come from communities where they run. I know in running athletics, you run and run and run. But in football, there is what they call half-time. So usually half-time, what they do is that they use that opportunity to re-strategize. Are we together? To re-strategize with the aim of doing what? Scoring as many goals as possible. But when you run and you become the number. So I want to compare this session or this exhibition that we've had today to football, whereby agriculture has been our ball. We have played agriculture with the aim of getting food security for those many years. But I think now it is time that we take a break, have time to reflect, to re-energize, and to re-strategize. How are we going to do things different if we are to ensure that we become food secure as a country, we become rich as farmers, we become healthy as a community, and we become pro-nature, whereby we don't destroy nature, but instead we live harmoniously with nature. So that has been my analogy as I sit, and I want to believe that if we take it that way, then this particular exhibition is actually something so significant that it will determine the next leg of our play. So with those remarks, I want to just a small comment. There's a professor here who talked about something called nixtamalizer. And I'm surprised that we have one in Katumani, our station in Katumani. But nobody has ever come. We are given by Mexican government. Nobody has ever come to want to be trained on it. So I want to urge all of you that if you are touched, and we look for the professor, we have that machine that we want to train people on how to make, because I heard somebody say, how do we do it? We have the machine. We can train a group of farmers. So if you are touched, get in touch with the Minister of Agriculture, and maybe specifically me, or the manager, Katumani ATTC, and you will be trained on that thing we call yes, Yokitiyo. Thank you very much. So, and lastly, I know, of course, maybe I have seen the guest of honor here today. We have been forced to be people religious because of the way things are. So for us to be strategic, we must be people who love God. And allow me to use a story in the Bible. I am a Protestant, where Abraham was with his brother Lot, and they were somewhere, and they did so many bad things. And Abraham was testing God because he was concerned about his brother. He said, if you get 20 people, will you destroy Sodom? God says no. If you get 10, will you? No. If you get 5, will you? No. And how about if you get 1? No. Then Abraham was very happy that his brother will be saved. So as I sat here, I had the conversation that maybe there has been disconnect between government and the players, between government and the civil society. So I want to stand here today and use the words of Abraham, that if there is one of government, and I see we are more than one, will you be annoyed with us? So the answer should be no. So we want to move forward together. And I think this is a new dispensation. Thank you very much. So with those remarks, I now want to, we have a very short time, and we must go home. We have somebody from NMK, where we have a session called Towards an Indigenous Seed and Food Exhibition at the Nairobi Gallery. So I think the person who will speak to us is Mwanansia Salim. Is he or she here? Is he here? Mwana Hima, thank you. These are names that are not very common, but I think you have not been. So thank you, welcome, and I give you how many minutes? Or less. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Yes, my name has been called. I'm Mwanaima Salim. I'm the principal curator at Nairobi Museum. I'm glad to present to you what an exhibition is, in that I'm told that you want to set up an exhibition on indigenous seeds and foods. So for most of us who are laymen, we always think that an exhibition is just all about putting things together, just collecting things and putting them in any manner, and probably we may think it's an exhibition. But an exhibition, making up an exhibition in a museum, is a rigorous process. It's a thinking process and design process that causes a lot of processes within itself to make it become an exhibition that is acceptable. So in museums, an exhibition is a tool that we use to communicate alongside other education and publications. So it's a very important, it's key to the museum because that is our communication tool. So it comes with other materials that could include text, it include other visual materials, it could include real objects, it come alongside with real objects. So an exhibition is actually a multimedia tool that we use to communicate in a museum. So in a museum, we have two different types of exhibitions. We have those that are permanent, and they would go for so many years, from 5 years and above. And we have temporary exhibitions that are set up maybe for a day, like the one that you have outside there is very temporary in that it has been running for the last 3 days and it's going to come down. So a temporary exhibition can run for a few months, an year or so, or a day or two. So that is a temporary exhibition. And therefore, the process might not be as rigorous as when we are doing a permanent exhibition, which runs for quite a period of time. So in exhibition making, we have different key players who participates in making an exhibition. We have the researchers who are very key, who go out to the field. Like most of you here, I'm sure you are researchers, or you know your area so well, so you are a researcher in this case. So you go to the field, you collect material. This material could be in form of information, could be in form of photos, could be in form of objects, but this is so diverse. And when you bring it now to us as a museum, we have the curators. So when our researchers go out and they collect information, they will bring it to our curators. These are the managers of our collections. They will sieve through the information because not all information will go into an exhibition and determine what we need and what we don't need. So they will sieve through and possibly decide, depending on the theme that you want to communicate. They'll also choose on what comes into the display, depending on the target audience and the size of the exhibition and the nature of the exhibition. Is it permanent? Is it temporary? And this could be very important because they determine on what materials you use to fabricate the exhibition. After the curators who still work along with the exhibition designers, a team of exhibition designers is involved who design the exhibition. And they are responsible in creating and developing exhibition to ensure that it reaches the desired level of quality. And that's why from the beginning I said that in developing an exhibition is not just putting things in any way and you decide it's an exhibition. There's a design thinking process that informs an exhibition. And that's why when you get into our galleries, you'll find that we are arranged or we have organized our show or our displays in a systematic way. It's a well thought of process that is done by experts. At another level, we also involve our education officers, who are the quality assurance officers. And since the museums, in most cases, and especially in our museum here, 75% of the people who visit are school-going children, are ranging from all levels, from the baby class to the universities. So they'll check on the density of the exhibition, and is it really communicating to the different target group? How is it going to be synchronized? so that when I have a baby who is in play school, will enjoy that display. It will communicate to that baby. If I'm dealing with somebody who is in primary, it will still communicate at that level. And even that person from university, the exhibition still becomes relevant. So this caused a lot of also thinking and checking on so many other aspects, on content and what we put for our visitors. So an exhibition in general is a very well thought process. For you to come up with a display, like if I'm sure most of you walked into our gallery, and possibly you can concur with me that we've not just organized things haphazardly, but we've put them in a thematic way, in a communicative way, and things that you can really display that you can relate with. So coming up with an exhibition calls for different steps. So I've talked of research. The researchers go to the field and collect. Then we get into a process of storyline development. That is where now we build on a story, thematically, chronologically organized story. So it's not just you come and get the research, it has to be chronologically determined. We have to come up with themes, sub-themes, objectives, what are our expected outputs, who are our audiences, and what media do we put in place? Do we require photos? Do we require real objects? Do we require casts of real objects? But it has to be the storyline development is quite a process that has to be well thought of. And then we also embark on the next process called the storyline interpretation. The storyline is interpreted by the stakeholders or the experts in that field. Like if we are to come up with this exhibition, we'll be calling upon some of you are experts in different different fields to come and validate whether what we want to display is true or not true, whether it's going to communicate to the target group, or whether the message that is going to bring to the audiences is what really you intend to bring to the audiences. Then after the storyline interpretation, we now embark to the design thinking process where our designers come in and they try now to design an exhibition. After those processes again, we validate. Is the storyline marrying is the storyline marrying with the research? Is the design marrying with the storyline? So we also call upon the content bearers to come and validate that the exhibition is meeting all those strengths. From there now, we say now we are good. We have our text, we have the content, we have designed our exhibition, it has been validated. Now we are ready to set up an exhibition. Now the whole team again comes in, the curators, the exhibit designers, the researchers, the educators also now are involved in setting up this exhibition. But now the process does not end up there. We have the public programming. How do we communicate to the public? It's very important. It's one thing to set up an exhibition and just leave it at that. But it's another thing to come up with meaningful, target-oriented programs that are geared towards attracting people to that exhibition and keeping it alive. So we develop different programs targeting different audiences. For example, I've seen a lot of students from medical schools coming to this exhibition. What programs do we put for them so that we can encourage repeat visits and non-visiting clients to come and visit this exhibition? So this is very important, and this can run for as many months or a year or so as you like your exhibition to run. So, so that is what it takes to do an exhibition. And thank you so much for listening. Are we taking questions? Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam. Another clap for her. I think she's taken us through what it takes to do an exhibition. Of course, we said that this is the first time we are doing an exhibition of indigenous things, and I know it might have sounded a bit difficult for you, but I know farmers in their own way, they have been doing what they know best. And sometimes the wise man says the end justifies the means. But because we have so many different levels of us, we want to ride together. And that's why they are saying if you are too much below, come up. If you are too much high, we come down, and then we move together. So that when the professors want to see the academic angle of it, it is also there. And when the farmers want to see the practical part of it, it is there. So I want to believe that what you have said can be put in a form of circular that can be distributed to organized groups that have been here through Pelham and others for the purpose of their own use. But for more information, I believe they'll be available to still guide you whenever you need. And I think even as we do exhibition, these trade fairs that we've been having are not, I don't see a lot of indigenous exhibition there. So that could be an area we need to explore. We have got about 47 or 48 tribal groupings in Kenya, and each and everyone is trying also to come up with a cultural center. Is it also possible in those cultural centers to have this exhibition as part of the heritage of that particular community? So I think there are so many ways in which we can do that. But for more information, I think we will need to make it more formal, and NMK has taken us through. So I don't know whether there is any question to that brief explanation. And I think silence means that we are okay. So thank you very much. Madam, you can. So now, we were supposed to have what we are calling award ceremony, and I think the time is not also on our side. We can move, but maybe when we redeem time, we should be able to see whether we can do it publicly. But all that said and done, I think we have had and we have talked. And because it's called closing ceremony, maybe those panels that were here were given an opportunity to give parting shot, and I thought parting shot is a closing remark. But because it has been put into the program, may I have them, and I give each and every one of them about 1 or 2 minutes to make their closing remarks about this particular exhibition, which we all agree it is the first of its kind, hosted by National Museum, but having a lot of stakeholders, agriculture being the biggest stakeholder, but has been missing in action, but now we are here. So I want to call upon Carolina Anyona, are you there? Please come. ABN, please. How many seats do we have? We have got 4. We can add another one. Is it possible we add so that all of them are there? Pelham, Kenya, a representative from Pelham, Kenya. National Museums of Kenya. Your closing remarks. Somebody from National Museum. Thank you. ISFA. Are the seats still there? That's an MK. There's one seat there. ISFA. Somebody from ISFA? Okay. Then, do we have carries? Thank you. We've talked about seats, and they seem to point a finger that when we want to practice our culture, you come arresting us. but thanks to the Constitution that we are protected. So, yes, ISFA, because you are the host, can you stand there and be the first one to make your closing remarks? So let's try to save on time. I want to give each one of you at most 2 minutes. And if you want to go beyond that, you ask for permission. Okay? Just your closing remark, the synopsis, the whole, how you summarize the whole thing. So, welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Martin Olu. I coordinate the ISFA, and Bwana Keplagat is our chair of the steering committee. So when he says ISFA, sometimes I look at myself and I say, every one of us here is ISFA. I think this has been quite a success from our point of view, because the major reason why ISFA, the Intersectoral Forum on Agrobiodiversity and Agroecology, was established is to allow stakeholders from different areas, government, private sector, civil society, researchers, academia, farmer groups, and so on, to come together and be able to dialogue on issues which are sometimes controversial, but dialogue all the same. And I think this Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair has provided us that opportunity to dialogue. We might not agree, but by discussing, that's always the first step to addressing many of the challenges that, from our own perspective, we might think that we cannot be able to solve them. But if we come together, I believe we can always find a solution. And I think, for me, that is the take-home message that I want us to all leave here with, that no matter how difficult, challenging these issues may seem, if we put our heads together, I am sure we will be able to find a common solution. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Martin. It's true that ISFA is us, but I also want to take note that we have become a bridge between the bureaucrats and the farmers. It's out of ISFA that we're able to mobilize resources for agroecology strategy. It's out of ISFA that we're able to remove some regulation, farmers managed seed regulation, that have been lying somewhere since 2016, and now they are on course being, so we want to say that at least we can pride ourselves of that, and we should stand accountable for that. Thank you. So next, maybe say your name, because the order is not, and yeah, thank you.
Asante sana kwa majina, ni Caroline Aiso Anyona from Busia County. Nimeshukuru huu uwanja wa Misiamu kwa kufungua milango yake na kufanya wakulima wakuja wafanyia hapa kilimo chao cha mbegu ya asili yetu ambayo ilianza huko shamba la Eden, ambao hatukuwa na hata GMO hata moja. Kwa hivyo nimeshukuru Pelam Kenya, Biba Kenya, na wale wote ambao stakeholders wote ambao wamefanya huu mkutano ukafanana jinsi ulio hivi. Na nashukuru Mungu wetu ambaye pia ametukubalia akatupatia afya njema na anga iliyo nzuri. Tumefanya mikutano yetu, wakulima tumefurahia, mbegu zetu tumeziona. Ni ombi langu tu ya kwamba tuzingatie hii heritage yetu ya mbegu ya kienyeji, tusiiwache. Na twende tusome kitabu ya James 1 from 19 to 22 ambayo inasema uwe mwepesi wa kusikia na usijibu mara moja kwa wepesi, na ukuwe ule wa kusikia na uweke kwa vitendo. Ile ambao umeona hapa yote mwende mweka kwa vitendo, na tuombe wale watu wetu ambao wako juu wasikuwe wale wa kusikia maneno haraka na kuchukulia hatua ama kufanya action, kwa sababu watatuweka shimoni. Najua tukiendelea na mbegu zetu za kienyeji tutakuwa na maisha bora, lakini kama tutasikia na kuchukua ile ambao wanatuambia tufanye ndio tushibe haraka, tutakaposhindwa kupita kwa milango sisi wenyewe, na wale watoto ambao wanatoka nyuma yetu wasipite, na wale kizazi cha tatu kisipite, ujue shamba zetu hazitakuwa, watakuwa na Google simu na wanaona wewe babu yao ndio ulifanya hayo maneno, laana itakufata. Mimi nawashukuru wale wote ambao wamenisikiza. Asanteni, tukienda nyumbani Mungu awasaidie, tukutane tena. Asanteni.
Asante sana mkulima. I think I want to say that pongezi kwa mama na wale wengine ambao wamekuwa hapa. Mimi nikitoka wizara ya kilimo, I want to urge you, ama nataka kushauri kitu moja. Mtembee muone. Ile uko naye uko Busia na ile jamaa nyingine yako naye uko Kilifi, usipotembea uweze ona. Na usitegemee serikali ama pela Mkenya peke yake. Tumia rasilimali zako wakati mwingine hata wewe ujiinue. Saa hii tunajivunia mahindi ambayo tunasikia ilitoka huko sijui wapi. Why is it that there are some foods in Kilifi that are not in Busia? So tafadhali wakulima na kila mtu tupende kutembea kuona maneno ambao tunaweza exchange. Asante. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Gendrix Juma. I work for Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, a regulatory body under the Ministry of Agriculture that deals with the assurance of quality. But what I want to say for today, for the 3 days, it has really been a learning experience. I've managed to learn. I've managed to understand issues of seed from different perspectives. I've noted down issues that I think it is, as an organization dealing with the quality assurance, especially in seed, we are going to look at it, and then we can be able to work with the other stakeholders so that we can be able to improve on our heritage. You know, seed is our heritage, and we are going to improve on it because as a government institution, our mandate is to serve our clients. And this sense, our client is the seed sector, and that is our responsibility because we are there as a service provider. So from whatever angle we are looking at our seed industry, we are open to all suggestions, and then now we can be able to narrow down on the roadmap on how best we can be able to sustain our production on different scales depending on what we think is right for us as a country. Because what I believe is if all the international nations, they can come together and agree on an issue and have a way forward. I think for us as Kenya, we are very few for us to disagree. We can always be able to come together and agree what is best for Kenya. For now, I just want to thank the host for hosting us so that we are able to have a get together, to have a sitting so that we can be able to talk to each other. We can be able to freely express our view on issues pertaining seed so that at the end of the day, we can be able to conserve our heritage, to conserve our genetic resources, and also can be able to have food on our table. We can be able to ensure that the food is nutritious, and we can also be able to increase our production, and also we have an aspect of commercialization. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clap for her. I want that to be noted because Kefis, you have been mentioned, but we are happy that at least we have a disciple whom has been converted. So help us. When we wanted to roll out flour blending as a ministry to ease pressure on maize, the attitude and the politicization was that we want our ugali whole. And you see, so when you become part of the obstacle from rolling out other seeds, then you are promoting those 3 or 4 seeds that will make us more hungry. So thank you, and I think tell your people that there is something good that is with the farmers. I hope farmers, you are aware that Kefis is almost everywhere in this republic. At least we have quite a number of centers. So please make sure, visit them. And I think in their service charter, they say if you are not satisfied with their service to you, you are free to write where? Uko juu. Hiyo ni haki yako. Asante sana. So next.
Thank you very much. My name is Collins Ochieng. The chair of Pelham Kenya, and I work for an organization called CREP Program that is based in Western Kenya. My parting shot is that our future is at stake. Seed is the origin of life. If we don't own our seeds, we will not own our future. So Kenya, as a sovereign state, without food sovereignty, we will not be able to govern ourselves, we will not be able to own what we have, and ultimately we will be recolonized through the food chain. So let's not talk and live here, leaving this as talk, as it's been highlighted by the farmer who has spoken. All of us have a role to do. We have a role to go and look for some indigenous seeds in our communities that are disappearing, start sharing them, start conserving them, and start sharing that information with that organization, and organize seed fairs at the grassroots level. That is my parting shot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pelham. Thank you, Pelham. We are here courtesy of Pelham among others, so thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Fasil Gabello, the General Coordinator of African Biodiversity Network, representing CSOs here. As part of my parking shot, I have made some notes as part of summarizing what I could capture. So I made some notes so that I don't forget some issues that I want to mention. So I'm going to read. Distinguished guests and participants, I would like to thank you on behalf of civil society organizations in Kenya who gathered to honor this, and celebrate the first Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair, which is being held from 12th to 14th October 2022. It is indeed my pleasure to make a few closing remarks and express to all those who made this event a reality. During the past couple of days, we achieved an important milestone, and I believe we have created a scenario that participants of this event, including farmers groups, civil society organizations, academia, researchers, medics, and herbal medicine practitioners have been inspired, probably more than ever, regarding the significance of their works, and more importantly, the importance of coming together for collective action rather than in isolation. This event has brought up a number of opportunities and identified gaps that we from CSOs and also all actors involved have been challenged to take up for sustainable impacts. Some key examples are capacity building to smallholder farmers and awareness creation on role of indigenous seeds or foods to sustainable community livelihoods and sovereignty. Second, advocacy and lobbying to influence laws that ensure all diverse seeds are protected and that we as Africans are sovereign in what we eat and choice of food, what we choose to consume. Producers and consumers sensitization on health aspects of our indigenous African foods, and establish and strengthen collaborations through exchange like this kind of event and other methods on indigenous food and seeds. I believe that today, as we close our event, our voice was heard and rights of smallholder farmers is respected, pertaining to implementation of the provisions for farmer managed systems as recognized in Kenya 2010 Constitution. Furthermore, and as stated in the call for action, our message on issues including protection, management, and conservation of pollinators and food production, conservation of agrobiodiversity, participation of women in seed security and food sovereignty and nutrition, promotion on the use of food as preventive and curative medicine, promotion of indigenous seeds and foods for community resilience to climate change are communicated. We are very much grateful to all media houses and communication experts to make this happen. I'm happy to engage with different civil society organizations working at various levels, from local, national, regional, and global level, and their commitments to protect and stand for what we are as Africans, including safeguarding our seeds for food sovereignty. On the same note, I appreciate the collaborations between CSOs with other actors, especially the government's ministries, departments and agencies, as well as research institutions, including in planning of this event. This is a momentum that we should continue. As we come to end of this event, I would like to mention that through the discussions during the last couple of days, we, civil society organizations and other stakeholders, have clearly affirmed about the link of our indigenous seeds and foods in building community and ecosystem resilience. Different speakers have been alluded very well about such linkages through showcasing of various research findings. This implies the fact that significant extent of evidence have been emerging to show the importance of farmers' managed seed system. Finally, I would like to use this opportunity to underline the fact that we need to stay vigilant and collaborate for action regarding the emerging scenario of policy directions in Africa on food and agriculture, with practical example of what has been happened recently in Kenya on uplifting ban of GMO. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you, my friend from APN. I think that is also a message that I believe the Secretariat is taking notes, because there are issues that emerged that might require policy issues. So as ISFA will be ready to ensure that we link the other government agencies to ensure whatever has come out of here is made a follow-up. Yes, my friend.
Thanks. I'll stand so that my lungs fill up well with air. I'm Patrick Maundu. I work for the National Museums of Kenya. And as a museum, we are responsible for heritage of this nation. Seeds is part of our heritage and the knowledge that comes with the seeds. This is something we have been doing as a museum as far as back as since 1989. We've had a running program on traditional foods. And at one point I thought, in the 90s, we were just long rangers, just trying to promote something that was impossible. But I think this meeting has proved that wrong. We have good, we have people who share the same sentiments as us here in the museum, who have the same feelings. The fact that we have been losing genetic resources, especially farmer varieties, we are losing that knowledge, and something needs to be done. The whole question of farmers not being able legally to share seeds, that has been disturbing. And I'm glad the government is well represented here to fast track regulations, policies that are favorable for farmers. That has been really been disturbing. Now, I think you all know that one of the issues that came up during this meeting is the whole issue of attitude. We don't like what belongs to us. We give it names like pigweed. You know, terere, what terere is known by in English, in books, is pigweed. Whoever gave terere that name, pigweed, didn't have good intentions for our food. And you can go on, monkey bread, monkey orange, and so on and so forth, our foods. That attitude has to change. Let's start looking our food as our food. Let's be proud of our food. Let's be proud of our food. So that is my parting shot, and I'd like to really thank the organizers of this. We now know that we have partners in this journey, and we look forward to seeing farmers' seeds respected and conserved. This is a heritage we have been handed to by our forefathers, and we have every reason to safeguard it and not to let it disappear within our age. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MMK. Indeed, you have been our host. So I think with those closing remarks from our panelists here, there is no question to that. They are just giving us their closing remarks. And I think what is coming out very clear from all of them is that they are appreciating. They wish that this thing be done more and more and more again. They wish that the bureaucracy is broken. They would wish that we learn from one another and network. So thank you, panelists. I think I want to appreciate you on behalf of the team. And I don't know, they usually have what we call factorial club. How many are they? Will we make that factorial? There are 6. So can we give them 6 factorials? The students have gone. 6 factorials is you start with 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we give them. So let's start. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may be seated. So now we had said that we were trying to reorganize our program, and when I see my time, I think we are doing very well. The MC was a bit more unsettled when we tried to delay, but at least we are still within time. So thank you. We Africans, we know how to do things at best. So we want now to have the award ceremony. And this award will be given to some group of those that are participating one or another. And I think they'll receive on our behalf. If you get or you don't get, they will have received on our behalf. So may I call now Rosalie to preside over. Thank you.
Can we appreciate Engineer as he goes down? Yeah. So this is the last session, almost the last sessions of the 3-day event, and I'm very happy that we are going to be recognizing ourselves for our active participation. I think yesterday during one of the panelists, one of the things is we observed is let us also as Africans start recognizing ourselves. We don't have to wait the way Wangare was recognized outside the country, our own Wangare Maathai. So this is an opportunity for us to applaud all of us. And we are not awarding just the best, but all of us. I want to emphasize that all of us did a very good job. We had the panel sessions that were happening here. We had the exhibitions that were happening at the tent. We had the cooking competitions that were happening. And all of us have really done us proud, and you have done a very good job. I worked around the exhibition. I saw very good things that came out. And I don't want to keep you long here, but we go straight to the awards. We are going to be awarding 2 categories. One of them is the exhibitors, or those civil society, those organizations that were able to exhibit a variety of seeds, variety of indigenous foods, and variety of various agricultural production aspects. That is one category. Then we shall also be awarding the indigenous food competition that was happening. I will be speaking more about that. So in those 2 categories, we had judges who are with us, and I want to invite them at this particular juncture. The judges for the exhibition, we'll start with the exhibition, please. Mr. Edward Moirori, please come on stage. Faith Karaoke, and Cecilia Mongai. Those are our adjudicators. I want to invite them on stage so that they can be able to take us through on what were the criteria for the awards, particularly on the exhibitions. And after just a short description from them, we shall now move into announcing the winners. But as I said, all of us have done us well, and even if you don't get to win, please don't be discouraged. So for the exhibition, we shall be awarding five exhibitors, but the rest, we are happy of your work. So karibuni sana our judges for the exhibition. They will introduce themselves, and one of them will tell us what was the criteria they were looking at, and then from there we shall be able to go into who won.
Said good evening or good afternoon. My name is Edward Murray from Pelham, Kenya, and we were so encouraged by what we saw. And I can attest to everyone that it was not easy even to decide who are doing better than the others, because all of you, all the exhibitors really put their best foot forward, and we really want to congratulate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Okay, my name is Afid Karaoke from the Ministry of Agriculture. I want to reiterate what my colleague has said. The stats were just too beautiful and too diversified that it was actually a task for us to come up with the best person. But in every competition, there has to be a winner, and the others will also be the winners next time, because we have to do an evaluation and to judge the stats. I want to discuss on the criteria briefly. What we were out looking for, it was on the display. How organized and appealing the stud was to the eyes of the people who are going out, getting information from the stud, and also the decoration of the stud, and also the diversity of the products that were displayed on the items. Also on the matter of agrodiversity, the innovativeness, the indigenous foods that were displayed at your items, and also the varieties that were demonstrated or displayed. Then we also looked at whether the theme of the stud was in line with what Pelham Kenya advocates or promotes on the areas of agroecology, organic farming, biointensive permaculture, and also the indigenous foods and seeds. Then also on the value addition aspect, were the products value added to improve on the value and also the profitability. On the exhibitor, the people who are manning the studs, were they able to give the presentation so clearly, the clarity of the presentation, and also the ability to respond on the questions that were asked to them by the participants and also by us. Then also the evidence of upscaling their best practices. Is it just for now, or do they have ideas to take the practices to an upper scale? And also, how do they share this information and knowledge with the rest of Kenya? Then who are their stakeholders? Do they do it alone? We also asked a question now that Pelham is an association that supports this. Are the exhibitors informed about what Pelham does, their mission, their vision, and also the activities undertaken by Pelham, or it was just for today that they are here? Then we also wanted to gather information. What are their sustainability mechanisms, especially on the capacity development of the farmers, the communities? Do they have training centers, colleges, and also demonstration sites that can demonstrate that they are going to grow to higher heights as institutions. And also we had other questions that would emerge as they responded to our questions. In total, we had a total of 31 participants or exhibitors in this. 29 of them were representing the various CSOs, and we had 2 government institutions, that is the CARO and the KEFRI. We never judged the CARO and the KEFRI. We only did the 29 from the CSOs, and I think I'll give our best. I said everybody won, but we had to come up with the best 5.
So that is the feedback from our judges, and we really appreciate it. So now we go to the next step of who won, and I just also a clarity is that we were not just looking at the PELAM members. No, we were looking at all the exhibitors. So that is a clarity, and I will start with number 5. Number 5, we had one exhibitor all the way from Tharaka Nithi County, Marimanti, and that exhibitor was RIDEP, number 5. A representative from RIDEP, Makofi. I will request Dr. Nyamongo, kindly please come as we award. Where is Jeff? Jeff, are you around? Okay. Monday, you can check with Jeff. Then we had number 4. Just we can wait here a bit as we bring the awards. Number 4, we had an exhibitor from a neighboring county. Which county is that? Kiambu, you are good students. So we had one exhibitor from Kiambu County. They have a training center in Thika. So that is none other than SACDEP Kenya, Sustainable Agriculture Community and Development Empowerment Program. A representative from SACDEP, congratulations. Please, SACDEP, a representative from SACDEP. Maybe someone can try to reach out to them. I know some exhibitors are still at the tents, if we can get them being called to come. And I will mention the person who is awarding them once the awards are here. And then number 3, we had an exhibitor, again, Tharaka Nithi. I think they are coming back with the votes. Tharaka Nithi County. We had a very good exhibitor there. Strategies for Agro-Pastoral Development. SAPAD. Congratulations, SAPAD. A representative from SAPAD. Then number 2, one of the counties which is a brain basket of our country with indigenous African leafy vegetables. Which county is that? Busia County. All the way from Busia we had Burma, congratulations. Wapi Burma? Then number one. Are you ready? Are you ready for number 1? All the way from which county? Which county? Meru, which county? Vihiga, which county? Tharaka. Kiambu County, with none other than GBIAC. They are also having a training center in Katuanyaga. Congratulations, GBIAC. Makofi. So I want to briefly give the judges just to explain one standing character from each of these winners, and congratulations everyone. Judges, just brief explanation. What stood out? Yeah?
Which one do we start? Our number 5 Rural Initiatives Development Program, that is in short LIDEP. The outstanding aspect that we noted as judges was the way they reach out, how they demonstrate. They go and demonstrate and reach out to many more people with well-packaged information as displayed during this forum. Thank you. Number 4, Sustainable Agriculture and Development Program, SACDEP. The outstanding aspect was how they are training trainers of trainers, and how they connect with what was being displayed, and how they again cascade the same to the field, and they were very clear on their targets. They also had very well-packaged information. Number 3, strategies for agro-pastoralist development, SAPAD. The outstanding aspect was demonstration, how they demonstrated what they do, what they have, how they value add, including preparation of some of the products that they had. And this was really starting out among many exhibitors. So that was the area. Number 2 and number 1, I'll hand over to my colleague.
Okay, for number 2 and 1, I'll combine. What we liked about them is the diversity of the products that were displayed. Also, the value addition bit was well demonstrated, and also the tradition, the indigenous things were there, and the innovativeness on the technologies demonstrated. Thank you.
Thank you, makofi kwa our judges as they go down. Asante sana our judges. Now we have some few awards here. I will start with number 5. It's okay, you can. Number 5, which is DIRIDEP. Dr. Nyamogo will award the RIDEP quickly, if we can have the gifts coming up very quickly because of time. Maybe we can have a song. You can put a song, 80, as we get the gifts. Please put a song. Number 5, congratulations. We shall be able to see what is there. Then we just briefly read. So, Dr. Nyamongo.
The first Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair proudly presents award to Rural Initiative Development Program, RIDEP, for being position 5 in the exhibition on seeds varieties. They were wonderful in terms of seed varieties. Thank you.
Congratulations, congratulations. Let's makofi mazuri.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening once more. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say something. First of all, I would like to thank every one of you. Number 2, I would like to thank God for making us number 5 as an organization. And next time, as RIDEP, I'm sure we'll be number 1. Mr. Nderitu, we will be number 1 next year. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's now go to number 4. Dr. Paris will award number 4, that is SACDEP Kenya. Just briefly congratulate them.
It is a job well done. We thank you for being number 4. And okay. Oh, okay. Yes, so we appreciate your effort and we recognize what you've been doing over time. and we know that you can do much more, and we look forward to you now becoming #1 next time. So thank you very much. God bless you. Pass our regards to the SACDEB community. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Wait, Anne, please kindly. Congratulations, SACDEB.
Okay, I want to say thank you for the organizers of the event. We as SACDEB, we are focused in ensuring that we say no to external forces in terms of GMO, and we also want to say to Mr. Derito that next time we are coming for you and we will win the prize. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call upon. Congratulations, makofi kwa SACDEB once more. You can go down. Number 3, SAPAD. We'll request Anne to present.
Thank you very much, Jabari. We're very proud of you. You have displayed quite well and are doing very good work in Marimanti. We wish you the best next time. The sky is the limit. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and thank everybody for taking your time, and judges for passing around and see where we are. We were testing waters. I'm confident, beyond confident. Next year will be a different story. I know Sapad, I know what the dream we have, and everybody here can attest. Derito, waambie bwana, unajua Sapad ni nini bwana. So I thank God, and for everybody, please, next year let us meet a year of us again and do greater. Bwana wabariki sana.
Thank you, makofi kwa SAPAD. Number 2, we have Dr. Fasil issuing this gift to Burma. So just because of time, and I think there is also an envelope that will go alongside these beautiful gifts so that you can celebrate back in the office, and the team there can be able to do more better work in future.
Congratulations, Fama. It's for a fantastic and inspiring work. We hope that next year we improve. The sky is the limit. Thank you very much.
Mungu yu mwema siku zote. Asanteni, nimesema asante kwa mimi, hata sikujua ya kwamba nitakuwa namba 2. Nilikuwa nafikia nacheza tu, lakini sasa nasema GMO Busia zone, GMO free zone. Sababu sisi hatutaki maneno ya GMO, hata tunamuomba rais wetu atukubalie tupande tu mbegu zetu zile za asili. Mwenye yako karibu na president ama mwenye anaweza kufikisha hii information, ama kama inasikika Kenya mzima, asifanye watoto wetu wabaki wakigugu simu kwa kutafuta chakula nchi za mbali. Kenya ni nchi tajiri, iko na kila rasilimali, hata mbegu ya ndege iko.
Wow, congratulations, Burma. That is a powerful statement. We will pass that message to the president. So number 1 is our very own Jibiak. So engineer, please.
Thank you. I think in conjunction with the first Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair, proudly presents awards to Grow Biointensive Center of Kenya, GBIAC, for being in position 1 in the exhibition on seeds varieties held at National Museums of Kenya, headquarters Nairobi, from 12th to 14th October 2022. Thank you very much.
Wapi makofi ya winners.
Thank you, congratulations. Just a short statement.
So before you say it, I think I was touched there that we are all ambassadors and we are all disciples. Then I was thinking that Jesus had 12 disciples, and out of those 12 disciples, each of them had a unique gift or unique talent. And so what maybe the judges have used to rate this is one way of looking at it, but there are other talents that are still with us. So if the talent was not mentioned today, maybe next time I'll be surprised you'll be number one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's hear from the winner now. Makofi kwa winner.
Thank you so much, Rosina. I do this for passion, and whenever you do anything for passion, you'll always win. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, thank you. Now we move to the next category very quickly. I'm told time is not good. So can I request the judges to come here for the food competition, that is the cooking competition. We had the cooking competition which nine competed, or nine from various areas competed. So, yeah, okay, thank you. So, where our judges, please come. I think there is no time to talk much, but we want just to appreciate the judges. We had Isabella Mutiga of the National Museums of Kenya. Let's applaud her. Then we had Dr. Lucy Kariuki, a lecturer. You can see them here. And I want to just go straight to the winners. I said 9 competed for this cooking exhibition, and of course not everyone can be number 1 or number 2, but everyone did a good job. So number 3, we had a winner from which county? Which county? Which county? Just one trial? Vihiga, no. We had number 3 from Embu County. Embu County. Makofi? That is Kagirimu African Cultural Preservers. A representative, Makofi kwa Kagirimu. Then we add number 2, all the way from again Busia County. Busia County, Ayon Iteso Dancers. Congratulations, Makofi, please come over. Then number one, we had from Vihiga County. Vihiga County. They did the best cooking. I hope you all liked their food. That is Jitahidi Farmers Women Group. So as the, just briefly, the adjudicators, just briefly, what stood out as I call our chair of the board, Mr. Collins Ocheng, to award number 3.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Isabel Mutiga from NMK, Kenrick section. I'm a healthy scientist and a food technologist. Being one of the judges, we looked at various parts. We had many aspects that we are looking for. We were looking at the originality of the ingredients that these chefs used. We also looked at the utensils they were using, whether they were cultural, according to their tribes and their counties. We also looked at the freshness of the ingredients that were used in the cooking exhibition. The preparation techniques, like we could have the grinding of the porridge, we had the steaming of the vegetables, we had the boiling of potatoes and rice. Number 4, we also looked at the hygiene. Remember, we personalized on the personal hygiene and the food hygiene. We looked at the attributes of the cleanness of the people who are cooking and the food that were cooking, whether the utensils were clean, the procedures that were used in a clean way, the environment they were used that they were cooking that were clean enough. We also looked at the food balance, the balancing of the diet, whether we were given all the nutrients on the plate. We also looked at the taste and the delicacy of the dishes that they produce for us, and the food diversity, as in how many dishes were groups able to produce for us for the day. We also looked at the creativity, the presentation, the plating of the food, like you would have put vegetables aside, the proteins at the other side, and the starches at the far end of the plate. We also looked at the nutritional values. I, being a nutritionist professionally, I was very keen on the nutritional values of this food. Whether we were given something that was healthy for our bodies. I will give this chance to my colleague to finish up the remaining parts. Thank you.
Let's applaud our judges as they go down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we really appreciate. So number 3, as I said, is Gakirimu from Embu. So we'll have chair of the board awarding, and we have an envelope here. Please.
Congratulations. What is written? What is written? First, Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair proudly presents award to Kagirimu African Cultural Preservers, Embu County, for being position 3 in cooking competition. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Congratulations.
Don't go down. I'm told you need a photo, so just stand there so that you take a group photo for all the winners. Position 2, Dominic, kindly please come up, and Venta come up. Venta and Dominic, please. So position 2 is Ainuan Iteso. Congratulations. So Venta, please come up. Dominic, quickly, I think you are a young man. Usiseme maneno mingi.
Congratulations. At least I enjoyed your food.
Come back for the photo, please.
Tuwapigie makofi.
Thank you, Dominic.
Wonderful. I thought it was a joke. What will I say? Thanks to Jesus.
Number 1, position 1, makofi to Jitihadi farmers from Vihiga. Venta will award them. They're doing bad on time. Can they do a all the winners, please come down for the photo, or even the one for the exhibitions. Please come and line there because of time.
Congratulations, Beatrice, for work well done. I saw the way you did even your presentations yesterday, and you are so keen on every detail. You are so organized, and I think that's why now you've scooped this award. You've learned the troop. So I hope you set a higher bar for next year and years to come as you pass on the knowledge. So this is your appreciation for work well done, and congratulations.
Thank you. The exhibitors, please come up. Please, the exhibitors who won, quickly, there's no time.
Hamjambo wote. Mimi ni kumshukuru Mungu mbali ametutoa hadi wakati huu. Bila kwenda kwa mengi, tunawakaribisha wote Vihiga, mkuje tupike huko chakula tukule vizuri. Mbarikiwe.
Thank you. Let them take the photo, and thank you so much for being good students. You know which counties, and next time I want to see some counties which have not been mentioned here. Allow me to give position 1 was not here, position 2. Who was position 2? Position 2? Congratulations. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you so much.
I would like to congratulate all the winners, and we also congratulate ourselves for making this harvest fair a success. Tujipigie makofi tafadhali. You can do it better than that. Asante sana, asante sana. I want us to finish by doing the national anthem. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. I think you are very, very, very keen on your work, but I think that was just slip of the microphone. So thank you very much, and I want to also on my behalf say that I'm happy, and on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, say that we are very privileged and honored to have been part of you, and all the comments that were made, whether they touched us in any way, we take them with pride, because that's one way of us getting feedback from you. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I want to pass our gratitude to all the farmers who managed to come and exhibited, all those who came to listen, all those who came to speak in one way or another, all those even students who came here to learn, and everybody that was here during the 3 days. I want to say that we are honored to have had you, and we believe that what we have done will take us to the next step. So I want to thank and say thank you NMK also for hosting us, and all the beautiful things, and thank you the MC and the team that really did work, including the press. So thank you very much. Now it's my singular honor to invite our colleague to do the closing remarks, and then thereafter the MC will take over. So may I take this time to invite the Director of Culture in the Ministry of, they have changed, our Director of Culture in the Ministry of Heritage, Dr. Kiprop Lagat, to come and do the closing remark on behalf of the ministry. Thank you, and let's clap for him as he comes.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It gives me great pleasure to join you this afternoon on the closing ceremony of this important occasion. I'm cognizant that we've really run out of time, and therefore I'll make very brief remarks. But before I go to read my statement, I wish to clarify an issue that I erroneously talked of on Wednesday, that is referring to my fellow government officers as bureaucrats. Upon reflection later in the evening, it occurred to me that under the 2010 Constitution, the Wananchi are key stakeholders in any decision that has to be made. That's why before any policy, any law is passed, Wananchi are always consulted. So that reminded me that as government officers, public servants, our duty is to facilitate government work, and we are actually committed to that. So that was a point of correction. And in my remarks, the first thing that I want to recognize is that when the government launched the medium-term expenditure plan in 2018, food security was a key component to that. And that was identified as one of the priorities that would lead us to actualizing the aspirations of Vision 2030. And the government notes that communities are very key in the process towards actualization of that vision. As a ministry, we've also tried to align our programs and objectives to food security through creation and formulation of policies and laws that will lead us towards actualizing that. On this agenda of food security, we've been sensitizing communities on its importance. And towards this end, we've organized a number of workshops on traditional foodways in counties such as Vihiga, Kajiado, Kiambu, Kilifi, and Nakuru, amongst others. At the international level, we've also tried to promote this agenda of promoting indigenous foodways. And one program that I wish to mention is that in 2021, Kenya's success story of promoting traditional food and traditional foodways were nominated and placed on the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices by UNESCO. And I wish at this juncture to appreciate the role of Patrick Maundu of the National Museums of Kenya in this process, because his research and documentation of those indigenous foodways is what enabled us to inscribe Kenya's foodways on the UNESCO list. So that is something that we are very proud of. And in order to further protect traditional knowledge, I think I referred to the Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act of 2016 yesterday, on Wednesday. And I just wish to mention some of the outcomes of the work of the task force that was created. Three regulations focusing on registration of traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, recognition, licensing, and access of traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, and access and utilization of traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources have been drafted and subjected to public participation for input from stakeholders. Further, the task force recommended that there be a competent agency mandated to implement traditional knowledge and cultural expression and attendant regulations. It also proposed that communities be continually sensitized through capacity building by developing community protocols and community-based traditional knowledge digital registers for proper decision-making on grant of access rights and benefit sharing. It is expected that these documents will soon be forwarded to the Attorney General's office and onward for consideration and onwards to Parliament for enactment. I think this is a major milestone for us when it comes to protecting traditional knowledge, including seeds, as have been displayed at the courtyard. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this great event that we have been privileged to have been part of, discussed, amongst others, governance with respect to seed certification and farmer-managed seed systems, women of the seed harvests, which looked into the role of women in household food security and nutrition, traditional cooking systems, food as medicine, seeds and resilience of communities to climate change, and the place of genetically modified seeds vis-a-vis traditional ones. The exhibitions indeed demonstrated, the exhibitions and demonstrations brought to the fore the intangible cultural heritage of food, which includes the knowledge, socio-cultural practices, skills, language, beliefs, and taboos. All these aspects are very core to community life. I note with appreciation that the NMK purposes to create a gallery where these seeds will be displayed in order to disseminate this knowledge to its various audiences that visits the National Museums of Kenya throughout the year. As I conclude, my appeal to all of us is to be more conscious of the role played by traditional foods, indigenous seeds, and it is a call to remember that when a species is lost, It takes with it all its associated intangible cultural aspects. And hence, promoting the protection of indigenous knowledge is a cardinal mandate that all of us should embrace, because it also fosters the conservation of species that are in danger of getting lost. It is thus a call to each one of us to be ambassadors for indigenous seeds and foods, and actually live it by consuming indigenous foods. Let's move away from taking pride in being considered as middle-class citizens and therefore want to ape what the Western world has consumed and deposited on our continent. I think as proud Kenyans, we should go back to what has sustained our livelihoods from time immemorial. With these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my humble duty and pleasure to declare the first Indigenous Seeds and Food Culture Harvest Fair Festival officially closed. Thank you and God bless you.
Tumuongeze makofi director tena. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Now, the last call that I was just making, that we close this ceremony by singing the national anthem, which is also a prayer. May we be standing, and I hope that the harvest, seed harvest fair will be I'm being reminded that organizers, the committee to meet behind the tent. Daktari, you know where the tent is. Sawa sawa. So let us sing the national anthem, one verse, which is a prayer. Thank you.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, lakini wendao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante sana. Thank you very much.